All right. Can y'all hear me? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. It is so wonderful to have you all here in your brand new county building. Here in this building, we will have the county clerk's office, the health department, the assessor's office, the tax office, county prosecutor, engineering, planning, and zoning. You can come to this building to get a permit for an inspection, to pay your taxes, register to vote, to get justice, or hey, maybe even to get married. Who knows? We have been looking forward to hosting this meeting for a while. Now we're finally here. Thank you for taking time out of your evening to come share your views. We are starting this evening with a community discussion on the future of downtown Charlestown, and specifically the future of buildings on Washington Street that the county owns. We'll get to that in just a second. First, I wanted to tell everyone how we got here. For years, Jefferson County was saving up to construct new facilities to meet the growing needs of our court system government offices. The estimated cost for this project was around $90 million, based on industry standard construction costs. Instead, we negotiated a $23.5 million purchase from American Public University System for 2 modern energy efficient buildings. We're in one of them right now. This beautiful building is LEED certified platinum, and it came fully furnished. All those comfortable chairs that you were in came with the purchase at $156 per square foot. That's less than half the cost of the lowest new construction estimate, and a fraction of what it would cost to build to the standard of the building that you're in right now. So the numbers are clear. Buying these buildings saves tens of millions of dollars compared to building new. And even factoring in an estimated $11.5 million necessary upgrade primarily for court security for the clock tower building, our total investment will be around $35 million, still far below the original $90 million plan. We went down from 90 all the way down to 35. So the savings are staggering. And what does that mean in terms of dollars? The maintenance and energy cost savings, by upgrading to a modern energy efficient facility, we're going to save as a county $500,000 every year. That's on an annual basis. Our recent building study shows we will save about $200,000 per year in maintenance alone. The energy savings are even more impressive. The LEED Platinum building we're in and the LEED Gold building combined for about $286,000 in savings every year. You put that together, $486,000 every single year in savings. So how are we going to pay for the building? We're making a roughly $7.5 million down payment from our reserves. The remaining $16 million will be financed through bonds, and with debt service covered in large part by a combination of impact fees, that's about $400,000 per year, and the significant annual savings on energy and maintenance that I just talked about, another $500,000 per year. These sources alone nearly cover the yearly bond payments, with any shortfall easily managed through adjustments to the amounts that we save for large capital purchases. The big hurdle we have to overcome is what we discussed at our last meeting. We need to convert the clock tower building, the other building that we purchased, from an office building into a courthouse. This will be expensive, primarily due to costs related to court security. Our latest estimate is $11.5 million. So we have to raise the funds to pay for those court security upgrades. And that brings us to the topic for discussion tonight, what to do with the county properties on Washington Street. We have spent the past few months finalizing our numbers and estimates on court security upgrades. As I said, the latest estimate is 11.5. That's a $2.5 million increase from our last estimate. $2.5 million just in the Delta. Okay. That change in estimated costs is about roughly the total assessed value of all the Washington Street properties combined. So the cost for these court facilities will be large. As we talk about the future of Washington Street, I hope that everyone in the audience and everyone in the county will keep in mind that this is not just a wish list pie in the sky discussion. There are very real cost constraints that we face as a county, and ultimately each and every one of you as taxpayers in Jefferson County. So with that in mind, let's recognize the opportunity before us. The County Commission owns a suite of properties on Washington Street that makes up basically a block of downtown Charlestown. The most important thing we can do as a county is to turn these properties from the government sector, which does not pay taxes, to the private sector, which does. And moreover, by bringing all of our county employees to downtown Charlestown, we are dramatically increasing the foot traffic for local shops, restaurants, and businesses. This is a big move that will reinvigorate downtown Charlestown and a historic step for economic development in Jefferson County. Now, let's talk specifics. We have a series of speakers tonight. We want to hear from all of you in the audience. Here's how it will play out. First, we'll have an overview of the properties and the process, then a presentation by business groups, and finally a presentation from potential buyers. Our county attorney will explain in just a minute how there are a limited set of entities that can purchase these properties. That's under state law. And after these presentations, everyone in the audience will be able to comment on the Washington Street properties. Then we'll start our regular meeting. So we'll have public comment on our community discussion. That's the whole idea here. Before I turn it over to our county attorney to explain the legal limitations, I want to call your attention to this flyer. It's on the table outside. We have a ribbon cutting event July 26th, that's Saturday. And it starts at 2 p.m. and it won't be just a sneak peek at this one meeting room. You'll be able to see the whole building. Starting at 2 o'clock, we'll have outdoor festivities, a ribbon cutting ceremony at 4 p.m., a family scavenger hunt at 5 p.m., a family movie night at 6 p.m. from 6 to 8, food, games, fun as we open up your building to the public. And this is a hub built for access, service, and community. We cannot wait to welcome you officially with that ribbon cutting Saturday, July 26th. At this building, we'll also have the Clock Tower building open, and the movie is sponsored by the Children's Home Society of West Virginia. With that, I'll turn it over to our county attorney, Mr. Cochran, to explain the legal options regarding the sale of commission-owned properties in West Virginia. And Mr. Cochran, if we can keep it to 10 minutes or less.
I have some very good news with that. I've edited my presentation several times, and I do have it down now to 2 hours and 47 minutes. So, did you have that popcorn available now? Seriously, thank you, commissioners. Thanks to our county administrator. Thanks to many other folks that were involved in this purchasing these buildings and things like that. It's been a lot of effort on behalf of a lot of people, and it's been a long time coming. We greatly appreciate that, and it's going to do great things for Jefferson County. But I think this is going to help Jefferson County as we move into the future, but it does bring some questions to the table, because we have property, and what are we going to do with the property that we already have, the property that we are moving out of? Probably one of the most important foundational points is to recognize that we are a Dillon's Rule state in West Virginia. And what that really means is that we can only do what the state government authorizes us to do in code. We can't just do what we want. We can't act because the code doesn't say we can't, we can do it. No, the code has to give us authority. There's a case from our neighboring county, Berkeley County, and it's called the State Line Sparkler case, and it succinctly talks about this principle. The county commission is a corporation created by statute and possessed only of such powers that are expressly conferred by the Constitution and legislature, together with such as are reasonably and necessarily implied in the full and proper exercise of the powers so expressly given. This is the most important sentence. It can only do such things that are authorized by law and in the mode prescribed. So we are constrained by the law in how we deal with that property. It just so happens that the legislature has considered the issue of selling property. And in West Virginia Code 733, there's a specific statute that says, and I'm only reading pieces of it just for the sake of time. The county commission of a county is authorized by law. We talked about the Dillon's Rule. We're looking for an authorization in the law, right? And so we have that in this statute. The County Commission of a county is authorized by law to sell or dispose of any property, either real or personal, belonging to the county. And again, skipping a few words here and there, the property shall be sold either at an on-site public auction or by utilizing an internet-based public auction service, and the sale shall be conducted by the president of the county commission. And it goes on to describe notice and things like that. So that's how we can sell the property. Now, that's subdivision A. Subdivision B says, the provisions of subsection A in this section concerning the sale at public auction do not apply to a county commission selling or disposing of its property for public use to the United States of America, the state of West Virginia, or its political subdivisions, which it goes on to name a bunch of those: the Board of Education, volunteer fire departments, ambulance services, or any community center organization or nonprofit senior center, or any authority, commission, instrumentality, or agency established by act of the state of West Virginia or any of its political subdivisions. And so there's more to the statute. For sake of time, I'm going to stop. But basically, we can either auction this property off, or we can find some governmental or other agency like it's described and work out a deal with them.
Excellent. And just really quickly, when you say subdivision of the state government, does that include local governments?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the state of West Virginia or its political subdivisions, the county commission is a political subdivision of the state of West Virginia. And so would the municipalities be.
Okay. Next, we will have Director Kuhn, Laura Kuhn, overview. What are these properties? I see former Commissioner Nolan is coming up to the dais. Thank you so much. I want to introduce you. Patsy Nolan is a former county commissioner, and thank you so much for joining us for this presentation, also on the history of Washington Street properties and potential uses. Thank you, ma'am.
So we decided that it would be easier to riff off each other's. I'll give my portion, and she's going to talk about the history.
Cool. Sure. I'm Laura Kuhn, the Director of Fleet and Facilities Management for the Jefferson County Commission. And I'm super excited to be here for our first County Commission meeting. Yeah.
And to go over what I'll be sharing, I'm going to share an overview of our Washington Street properties, buildings that have long served as the core of county government operations in Charlestown. My goal today is to highlight the character, functionality, and strategic locations of each building to demonstrate their potential for a wide range of future uses. These buildings are more than just square footage. They're part of the fabric of Charlestown.
And I'm going to talk a little bit about the history and uses of these buildings in the past.
As you can imagine, we have a new AV system, so we're hooking up the presentation. We're going to show that on these screens around the room. Commissioner Keys, what are you looking forward to more, the outdoor festivities, the family scavenger hunt, or the family movie night?
Movie night,
Movie night?
yeah.
Oh.
We're going to be playing Moana 2, I believe, so kid-friendly.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's Sounds good. Is that G?
I think so.
All right.
Better music in the first one, but.
Okay, there you go. All right, looks like the presentation's ready.
You're good. And you can go ahead and go into slide 2, I think. All right. So Jefferson County's Washington Street properties are located on the 100 block of East Washington Street in Charlestown, which is about 1 hour and 20 minutes from Washington, D.C. These buildings include the Hunter House, the Mason Building, the Smoot Building, the Reininger Building, the Moffett Building, and the historic Jefferson County Courthouse. Next slide. So the neighborhood is home to a welcoming mix of families and working individuals who create a friendly and community-oriented atmosphere. The average age is about 38.5 years, median household income $94,830. Some of the nearby amenities are Harpers Ferry National Historic Park, Hollywood Casino at Charlestown Races, Summit Point Motorsports Park, Shepherdstown, and the Appalachian Trail, to name a few. Next slide. So our history, Charlestown was founded in 1786 by George Washington's youngest brother, Charlestown was built for commerce, law, and community, and it still delivers. With a walkable downtown, rich architectural legacy, and strategic proximity to DC and the I-81 corridor, the city blends historic charm with modern market potential. From the trial of John Brown to the boom of tourism and revitalization, Charlestown has always been at the center of regional momentum. Today, its historic properties offer rare opportunities for investors to anchor themselves in a growing high-visibility market. All right, next slide. So we're going to start at the end of the block at the Hunter House at 124 East Washington Street. The Hunter House is a stately 2-story brick residence, complete with a turret and inviting covered porch. It stands as a landmark of Charlestown's rich heritage. It was originally built around 1820 for Andrew Hunter, who was a prominent local attorney and chief prosecutor in the John Brown trial. The property symbolizes both civic prominence and architectural grace. It was burned by Union troops in July of 1864, ironically under the orders from Hunter's own cousin. It was meticulously rebuilt on its original foundation after the Civil War. In the mid-20th century, the building gained life as the beloved Iron Rail restaurant, adding a commercial legacy to its historical significance. Next slide. So the Hunter House is about 5,825 gross square feet. For this presentation, I'm doing gross square feet, which is the measurements from the outside of the building. The lot size is 0.344 of an acre. The Hunter House features a spacious grassy rear yard that enhances the site's historic residential character and provides green space within the downtown setting. At the back of the lot stands a small carriage-style house at about 1,881 square feet. It currently houses the County Commission, administrative offices, and the prosecuting attorney's civil division.
And as Laura said, about 150 years prior to the County Commission's purchase of the Hunter House, she has already explained that Andrew Hunter, who was the prosecuting attorney who prosecuted John Brown, lived there. 150 or so years later, the Hunter House was the Iron Rail Inn, which was a restaurant that was known for its delicious broccoli cheese soup. Some of us in the audience may remember that and have a lot of fond memories. They also had a little bar downstairs in the basement, which was kind of fun too.
So next slide, which would be the Mason Building at 116 East Washington Street. The Mason Building is a 2-story red brick office structure with a symmetrical and traditional design. The building features a central entrance highlighted by a modest pediment and columned portico, adding a touch of classical architectural style. A gable with a decorative half-moon vent crowns the central section of the roof line. Windows are evenly spaced above both floors with double-hung sash windows framed by subtle brick lintels and sills. The front entrance is accessible by a ramp, enhancing accessibility while maintaining a clean and professional facade. This building is 13,272 square feet, lot size of .449. After it's purchased by the county, the building initially served as the home of the Sheriff's Department. Parks and Recreation also operated from this location until they relocated to San Michael's Park. Additionally, the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management was based here before moving to Bardane. Currently, it houses the Department of Engineering, Planning and Zoning, GIS, IT, and the county's mailroom.
The building originally, my husband thinks the building was originally built and Supertain Gas was there for a while. We've tried to confirm that, but I'm not sure about that. But the Mason House is named for the man who built it. His name was Mason Whiting, and he is the brother-in-law of the former circuit clerk years ago, Doris Whiting.
All right, so next slide will be the Smoot Building at 114 East Washington Street. The Smoot Building is a narrow two-story structure with a modest but distinct historic appearance. Its upper facade features detailed cornice brackets and ornamental window hoods. The second-story windows are framed in white trim and adorned with decorative woodwork. The storefront entrance includes a recessed doorway flanked by two large display windows. Though compact in size, the building's decorative trim and prominent front-facing windows give it a recognizable and somewhat vintage storefront character and along the streetscape. So the Smoot Building is 1,487 square feet, lot size of .03. Before being purchased by the county, the Smoot Building was an insurance agency. The building is currently vacant due to egress issues identified by the West Virginia State Fire Marshal. In the past, it housed the Jefferson County Impact Fee Office, which was later absorbed into the Department of Engineering, Planning, and Zoning. The building also temporarily served as a location for the tax office and Jefferson County Teen Court.
And prior to the county owning it, it was also used as a variety wholesale shop. My husband and his friends used to buy the entire series of baseball cards from that shop, and as they became available, I'm not going to duplicate what Laura has had to say, but the county, when the fire marshal actually closed this building down because it wasn't safe to have anything there, it didn't really have enough square feet. The county commission considered restoring it, but it really didn't have enough square feet to be able to do anything with it that would have been useful to the county, so it sat vacant since then.
Okay, next slide is the Moffett and Reininger buildings. So I've grouped the Moffett and Reininger buildings together in this presentation because while they're technically two separate structures, they are internally connected on both floors, functioning as a single unified space. So visitors going to the assessor's office actually can access the assessor's office through the main entrance of the courthouse. There was a little addition built onto the courthouse between the Moffett building and the courthouse that serves as the entrance to the Moffett building for the assessor's office. So these buildings are connected. The Moffett building on the left features a buff brick facade with decorative brown brick accents and a classical Greek key frieze beneath an ornate cornice. A large storefront style window and recessed doorway reflect its early 20th century commercial origins. The adjoining Reininger building to the right showcases a more uniform red brick exterior with detailed brickwork around the tall, narrow windows and a prominent cornice with dentil molding. The ground floor includes multiple entrances with large display windows and a covered entrance porch, now equipped with accessibility ramps. So the Moffett building is 5,172 square feet with a lot size of .034. Reininger, 7,755 square feet with a lot size of .087. The Moffett and Reininger buildings have undergone several functional transformation over the years. Originally, the first floor of the Moffett side housed the assessor's office, while the Reininger side included the county meeting room and the tax office. The second floor accommodated the engineering and planning and zoning department on the Moffett side, and the county commission offices were in the Reininger building on the second floor. As needs shifted, the assessor's office expanded into the former county meeting room, and meetings were then relocated to the library basement. When the tax office later vacated its space, the assessor's office expanded further into the Reininger side. The county commission relocated to the Hunter House, and engineering, planning, and zoning moved to the Mason building. The vacated spaces were then repurposed to house probation services. The assessor now occupies the entirety of the first floor of both buildings, while the probation department occupies the entirety of the second floor of both buildings.
Moffitt's, we used to call it Moffitt's Pharmacy. There was a pharmacy in there, as well as a soda fountain. And for those of us who attended what was once the Charlestown Junior High School, which is now Wright Denny Middle School, we would congregate in there after school for a snack and just to socialize. So I have some great memories of that building. Upstairs in that office space that the assessor now uses, the county housed the probation department, which was once, and it was also a the county commission office, but years prior to that, it was actually an apartment building.
So next on the slideshow is the historic courthouse at 100 East Washington Street. The historic Jefferson County Courthouse is a striking example of Greek Revival architecture and a central landmark in downtown Charlestown. Its red brick exterior is accented by a grand portico supported by the towering white columns, leading to a classical pediment with a louvered arched vent. Rising above the roofline is the stately clock tower. The tower includes 4 clock faces that overlook the surrounding streets. The tower not only enhances the building's historic character, but it also serves as a visual focal point for the town, visible from blocks away. Listed on the National Register of Historic Places, the courthouse has served a variety of public functions over the years, connecting the community's past with its present through both its architecture and its ongoing civic role. The courthouse is 17,850 square feet with a lot size of .354. Over the years, the historic courthouse has served as the central hub for numerous county departments, reflecting its long-standing role in local governance. In addition to housing the circuit court and county clerk functions it still serves today, the courthouse was once home to the circuit clerk's office, the county commission offices, and the county commission meeting chamber. These essential government functions operated under one roof, making the courthouse not only a judicial center, but also the administrative heart of Jefferson County. Its multifunctional use over the decades highlights the building's significance in the daily workings of county government and its enduring role as a symbol of civic leadership.
The courthouse has always been the courthouse and has always been a source of pride to our residents. Some of you may remember when the film Gods and Generals was filmed there. When that happened, the interior of the courtroom underwent some major restoration and renovation by the filmmaker. That renovation added years of life to that courtroom, which is still in use today. It's pretty remarkable that it is able to be used, and that's only through the generosity of the folks that did the restoration, as well as our facilities people who've been able to accommodate the information technology that's been needed to continue to use it. It has truly been remarkable. If you've ever seen the film of Gods and Generals, you would recognize the courtroom. It's a pretty incredible film. And during the films of Gods and Generals, it wasn't uncommon to walk through the hallways downstairs to see Robert De Niro sitting on one of the benches talking to employees and passersby.
I actually got my picture taken with Robert De Niro that day. It was really fun. Yeah. So next slide is some extra parcels we have behind the
Director
buildings.
Kuhn, before you move on, I just want to let everybody in the audience know, if you haven't been reading the paper for a while, the commission has stated several times there's no intent to sell the courthouse. We'd like to have that turned into a museum. We've already discussed with several different bodies who we could work with on that. Please continue.
So next, we have some extra parking parcels. The Hunter House and Mason building parcels included dedicating parking areas. But these two separate parking parcels provide convenient parking behind the courthouse, Moffitt, and Reininger building, as well as an auxiliary lot accessible from Liberty Street. The parking parcel behind the courthouse and Reininger and Moffitt is about .291 lot size with the auxiliary lot off of Liberty Street at .0157. You probably don't have any history on the. Okay,
No, I don't have any history on the parking, but I think it's important to note that parking has always been a problem downtown. It's been very limited. We have a lot of people going in and out of the magistrate courts, as well as the courthouse on a daily basis. Jurors have been, as former circuit clerk, I remember the issues that jurors had finding parking spaces that they didn't have to pay a meter, or that when they did have to pay a meter, they'd have trouble getting out to do it on a timely basis. So that's always been an issue. So the parking has always been an issue, and I think that that's something very important to consider.
And when you say that it's a parking issue from our government uses on our sites?
Absolutely, yes, thank
Just to
you.
clarify. Thank you.
So the next slide, so the tourism market. Jefferson County leads West Virginia in tourism spending with over $825 million in annual visitor expenditures, more than any other county in the state. Tourism here is growing steadily, driven by visitors from DC, Northern Virginia, and beyond, who come for history, gaming, recreation, and dining. With a strong, diverse tourism base and a year-over-year growth, downtown Charlestown offers investors rare access to West Virginia's most dynamic visitor market.
Yeah, and as a member of the Convention and Visitors Bureau, on the board, I know how important it is to be able to bring people downtown, to see all the history that's there, and to appreciate the facility, the courthouse, and the surrounding areas, and it just means a lot to be able to do that.
So thank you for taking the time to explore these properties with us. Each building carries its own story, purpose, and potential. And while they've served Jefferson County well for decades, they're now ready for a new chapter. As we prepare to transition into modern facilities, these spaces offer a rare opportunity for thoughtful reuse in the heart of Charlestown. I'm excited to see how they continue to serve the community in fresh and meaningful ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Before you move on, could you tell us a little bit about the clock tower building needs to turn into a new court system? I know you already presented and we discussed at length at our last meeting, but I think many in the audience were not there. So if you could give a brief overview, the $11.5 million, what is that all about?
So a lot of that is security needs, and we also, part of that security need is adding elevators to that building. So that's a big expense, around $1 million per elevator. So we need elevators to bring in transport inmates for their trial dates from ERJ. They need their own elevator that's separate from the public and separate from judges and their staff. We also need a separate elevator for the judges and their staff coming into the buildings. There are 2 public elevators in the building right now, but we need to add those additional ones for the security needs. Outside parking is needed for private parking for the judges, secured parking, so when they get out of their cars, they can go directly in the building from behind a secured gate. Things outside the building include cameras, bollards, which protect the building from being driven into. Inside the building, things like X-ray machines, metal detectors, cameras inside, specialty glass on the 1st and 2nd floor that is ballistic resistant, as well as tinting on the glass to make sure no one can see into the windows as far up as the 4th floor from another rooftop far away. Things to consider too is the flow of traffic with visitors and court staff, as well as victims and domestic violence. You don't want someone who's there for domestic violence to be sitting right next to the perpetrator. And Mrs. Nolan can probably speak to that as well, as being a former circuit clerk and magistrate.
Yeah, the security is so important in the judicial building, and you don't want juveniles with adults. And so all of these security issues have always been an issue. So it's really important, and it would be wonderful to be able to have a building that actually, where security is what it should be. Right now, there are inmates that are walked across the street from the magistrate building into the courthouse, that it's just a real safety issue, safety for both the inmate as well as the officers that are accompanying them. And so just to be able to have everybody safe and secure in knowing that they're able to come to the courthouse and not feel threatened, have to be able to separate certain people. And so to have that security and that safety is going to mean a lot to the residents and people that need to use the service.
Thank you. Our initial estimate was about $9 million, and then after working with Ms. Nolan, Mr. Oxer, several other experts on court security, it's been up to about $11.5 million. And now, would it be fair to say, Director Kuhn, that this is it's not a final number, we'll see, but it's a good enough number for us to work with so we can start moving forward?
Yes, I believe so. It is a working number, but I think we have a good start at and we have a better idea now of what the court needs are after hearing from the experts who are in those buildings and working through trials and seeing everything that could go wrong and how we need to, going forward with a new building, we need to do it right for everyone's safety.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kenneth Petrie, Jefferson County Courthouse Use Restrictions. Kenneth is with Conrad and Luttrell and has been a specialty attorney working with the county for a while. And Kenneth, with your insight and your know-how and your skills, you helped us get this building. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I enjoyed it. How are you all today?
Good.
Thank you. Doing great.
The question that I was asked to research was the vesting of the property that is in the square, basically the old courthouse and the deed that conveyed that and the other corners, basically. So if you took George and Washington Street and make a cross, I guess, the four corners were all conveyed in one deed. That was done way back in 1801, August 1st of 1801. It was conveyed by Samuel and Dorothy Washington, and that was conveyed to a group of 17 people who were listed as the gentlemen at that point of Berkeley County, because in 1801, Jefferson County hadn't been formed yet. So this was a conveyance out of a land acquisition for the purpose of creating Jefferson County public buildings. That's why it was conveyed. So the four corners basically were described as running half a lot length on Washington Street and a full lot length on blank street that we now know. We now know which street that is. And those four lots were conveyed to these individuals in trust as in their capacity representing the new Jefferson County to be used. It says one lot to erect a public market house for the inhabitants of Charlestown and 3 lots for public buildings. So those were actually what we now know as the mailing addresses of 100 East Washington Street, 100 West Washington Street, 101 West Washington Street, and 101 East Washington Street. And those currently house the historic courthouse, the property that is the market house property is across George. That's where Bushel and Peck and Docker Shop and that's that building. Across Washington Street is the post office, and then respectively across George again is the city of Charlestown. So the question is, how did they become all of those uses and what they were? The courthouse was built, the original was built on the 100 East Washington Street site. The historic jail for the courthouse was built where the post office currently is. So that was county property also. And then across the street where the city was also county property originally. And a little bit unclear what the Market House property was, what the vesting of that was, although it is believed that there was a Market House built there. So what currently is assessed is the Jefferson County Courthouse. This Charlestown Building Commission is across George. Of course, the United States Post Office is across Washington, and then the Charlestown Building Commission is on the opposite corner across from the courthouse. Those changed hands by basically the courthouse has never changed hands. From this 1801 deed, it was the courthouse. Across the street, across Washington Street, the City of Charlestown building was not always either the county's or the city's. That was conveyed, there was a determination that there was a building there, that the building that was there was no longer of use to the county. So at that point in time, there was an adjudication by the county court of Jefferson County that the building was no longer needed and that it would be auctioned. And so there were commissioners appointed that it would be auctioned and sold. And it was auctioned and sold. It was sold to individuals. Those individuals later conveyed to the bank, and the bank later conveyed the part that it belongs to the city to the city. That's how that became the City of Charlestown. Across George, where the post office is, as I said, that was originally, historically, the jail. There was some review and investigation and determination that that facility was not proper to house a jail. And at that point, and that there was sufficient room behind the existing courthouse to locate that. So that property was then determined to be of best interest as a post office, and it was conveyed, again, by virtue of court order determination that the jail was not a proper use and that the federal use as a post office would be better. Across Washington Street, where the Building Commission, City of Charlestown Building Commission owns that corner building. The last deed to that was to the Building Commission from the City of Charlestown, referring back to the original deed in 1801. My speculation for title to that is because it said one lot, and this is pure speculation, I can't find support for this, that one lot was supposed to be a market house for the inhabitants of Charlestown. That's why the City of Charlestown was vested, quote unquote, or refers back to that deed as their title to that property rather than the county. So overall, my analysis of this is that the Jefferson County Commission, successors to those 17 individuals, again, a little bit of speculation there. I can't find through any records how those 17 people became Jefferson County Commission, but everybody carries that forward. So we're going to presume that's how that happened. Is that the best determination of what should happen with any of the property owned by the county is through court order to determine if there is any, how they are vested and how they would transfer title to anyone else other than the county.
Okay, that was very complex, I appreciate it. If you could communicate that to us through a memorandum with visuals, pointing out the properties that you just mentioned, I think that'd be very helpful. Let me ask what I think is a simple question, I hope. If it's not, correct me if I'm wrong, but the historic courthouse, does the county own that?
Mhm.
Okay, and if we wanted to turn that into a museum, do we have the property rights to do that, to contract with or engage with either National Park Service or another organization that does museums?
And retain title in the county's name? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there's no definition that I can find in any of these documents that defines public buildings for that purpose. And that's the only designation at all anywhere in any of these documents for use of the property.
Okay.
Are there limitations to us leasing to a private entity?
Again, if there were, the other properties that were on this same deed have already faced that challenge, in the way that was determined to move forward was by virtue of basically a declaratory judgment order from the court saying this is, the question that you ask is this the highest and best use, basically? Is this the use that would be proper for this property? Have the public uses been, the ability to use the property, have they been adequately met? And would the one that's being proposed be a good option?
So you would recommend a court order for leasing or selling before we?
I'm not saying that you need, if you don't transfer title out of Jefferson County Commission's name, then I'm not saying that you necessarily have to have a court order to be able to continue to use the property in the name of the county.
Fair enough.
Thank you so much, Jeanette.
Thank you.
All right, our next presenter is West Virginia State Historic Preservation Office, Meredith Drystad, Acting Deputy. Eddie, you're going to connect us, is that right?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Oh, very good. Okay, great. Can I share my screen as well?
Please.
Okay, let me try that. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent.
It is not in full screen mode,
Okay,
but we do see it.
how about that?
Excellent.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all very much for having me. My name is Meredith Drystad. I am the acting deputy SHPO at the State Historic Preservation Office. Some of you may know Susan Pierce, who was our long-term deputy SHPO, retired 2 weeks ago. So it's a new role for me, very exciting. But I also luckily still work with the rehabilitation of historic structures across the state through the tax credit program and through other funding programs. So I'm going to talk about that mostly today because it's already been sort of highlighted the history of this space, but all these different buildings. But as has been noted, these are historic buildings downtown on Washington Street. So just a quick overview is that here are some of the ideas of Jefferson County's historic listings. We have 10 historic districts, including downtown Charlestown, and then 89 individually listed properties, which is a huge number of properties. So it's a really great thing to see. And again, this was already sort of touched on earlier, but just to note that there are 6 resources downtown that contribute to the National Register, to the Downtown Charlestown Historic District. And then, of course, the Jefferson County Courthouse, which was originally constructed in 1837 and was largely rebuilt after Civil War damage occurred in the early 1870s. It is one of 16 National Historic Landmarks across the state of West Virginia, so it's really an important resource, and y'all are very, very lucky to have an NHL in your backyard. Not everyone can say that. It was listed as a National Historic Landmark for its connection to the West Virginia Mine Wars and the treason trials of Union miners, which was held at the courthouse in the early 1920s. It was held there mostly because of its distance from the activity of the West Virginia Mine Wars. It's trying to be impartial. So mostly what I'm talking about are the financial incentives that our office offers for anyone who would redevelop any of these historic properties, or even city government, other forms of nonprofits that were mentioned earlier who could acquire these properties could take advantage of these financial incentives. So first off, talking about planning funding. It's not cheap to get architectural plans prepared for buildings. So our office offers the survey and planning grants, which are due October 31st each year. So it can give you a historic structures report, which is a full understanding of the building's alterations over time, present conditions, and recommendations for rehabilitation. There are also feasibility studies that this grant funds. So any kind of, how can we do this technically and financially to make a new use out of a historic property can be done with feasibility studies. And then plans and specifications. So, your specific drawings and technical specs that you need to get, your masons there, your rough carpenters and things like that to get your building rehabbed. Federally, the National Park Service offers what are called the HER grants, but the History of Equal Rights grants. So any property associated with any equal rights movements could receive funding through this program. And it provides architectural and engineering services between $15,000 and $50,000 through this grant program. Then, and maybe everyone's favorite, is the physical preservation funding. So our office offers the development grant, which is due each March 31st, and it's a 50-50 matching grant, up to about $50,000 per project. So it's really good for, a brand new roof or putting in, rehabbing windows, things like that. It must show a benefit to the community. I think that would be an easy case to make for any of these properties, which are right downtown. Our office also offers emergency grant funding, which is available on a rolling deadline. That's also a 50-50 match, and that's usually for kind of a smaller scale project like this parapet wall on a roof in Fairmont that fell off during a windstorm. The Save America's Treasures grant is one of the National Park Service's largest funding grants. It is for properties that have national historic significance. So when you're thinking of your Jefferson County Courthouse, which is an NHL, it would automatically be eligible for this kind of a grant. And you can receive between $125,000 and $750,000 in grant funding through this program. So that's a pretty easy argument to make. You can also make the argument for the SAT grant for properties that are not NHLs as well. The subgrant program, Charlestown itself is a certified local government, is the whole county of Jefferson County. So either entity would be able to apply for the full run grant, which is really to develop rural communities and to rehabilitate historic structures in those communities. So basically, either of your local governments there could apply for this funding and allocate that funding out to nonprofits or individual property owners. The National Trust for Historic Preservation also offers a number of grants. I won't read through them all, but just know that the National Trust is an option. The Preservation Alliance of West Virginia also has a microloan program and a Saving Historic Places grant. PAWV is our office's nonprofit partner, so they kind of help shepherd the preservation program on their end as well. Brownfields assistance and grants. So the Brownfields Assistance Center for any kind of hazardous materials can help fund and actually can help you apply for grants to mitigate hazardous substance or contaminants. So lead, asbestos, chemical waste, anything you can think of, essentially, they can help you apply for grant funding and receive the grants to do this mitigation. Other grants you might consider would be, your statewide preservation groups, regional preservation organizations, citywide preservation organizations. Sometimes your cities will have like a facade improvement grant or upper floor incentive grants. These are all great ways to bring extra money to a project. And then, no bias here, but my favorite program is the Historic Tax Credit Program. And this is a really large program throughout the state right now. And that we used over, I think, $90 million in tax credits last year. So it's a really successful program across the state. But it's administered jointly by our office in Charleston and the National Park Service in Washington. So we work together on this to ensure that properties are rehabilitated according to federal standards, and so then the owner can receive a tax credit on their expenses. So one that's familiar to you up on the right there, top right, perhaps in Charlestown, and then over in Berkeley County, Interwoven Mills on the bottom right there. These are two of our recent tax credit projects. And these are not insignificant numbers, excuse me. A total of 45% that you have spent on the rehabilitation of a structure would be earned back in tax credits through federal and state programs. So that's a huge chunk of change, and it really makes these projects possible. So any of the buildings that we have discussed so far that are listed on the National Register are eligible for these tax credits. We follow the Secretary of the Interior's standards for rehabilitation, so we're trying to keep character-defining features while also modernizing these buildings for everyday use. A quick glance on what expenses count towards the tax credit, or QREs. Any structural component of a building, walls, roof, chimneys, soft costs like architect and engineering fees, construction period interest and taxes, those all qualify for the tax credit. Only non-qualified costs really are acquisition costs, so not the purchase price of the building. Any additions, appliances like refrigerators, cabinets, decks, exterior work, as well as feasibility studies. But majority-wise, the expenses used on a building will qualify for the tax credit. And federal credits must be used by the purchaser of the property, but state credits can be transferred or sold. So that's what makes the state credit kind of a more interesting tool for investors. They can sell those credits outright. And that is it on my end. Feel free to reach out with any questions. We're always happy to help SHPO and make sure these projects can happen to redevelop downtowns.
Thank you, Ms. Drysdale. Do you have any examples of using those tax credits in Jefferson County, perhaps in Charlestown specifically?
Yeah, so I can go back to it here. Oh, not by it. The Stevenson is a project that just wrapped up in Charlestown, at the top right there. That was a tax credit project. We also had a commercial project last year, 2 years ago, downtown in one of the storefront buildings. So Those are two recent examples. Yep.
And could you, using those examples, explain again how this works?
Sure. So the tax credit is received from the owner of the property on the qualified expenses made throughout the process, the project. So when you're rehabilitating your building, most structural elements of the building are going to count. Well, all structural elements of the building really will count towards that expense. So say you purchase a building and you do $100,000 worth of work to it, you would receive essentially $45,000 back in federal and state tax credits.
It's very interesting, thank you. I'm sure our professional staff would have much more insightful, educated questions. That's the best I've got for now, but I'm definitely interested in this topic.
Great.
Anything else from our fellow commissioners? I don't have anything. Thank you, Ms. Drystad.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, moving through our agenda for tonight, we have presentations from business groups, starting with Charlestown Now. We're so happy to have you with us here today. I know we wanted to start a couple months ago. A couple of things slowed us down. We had to finalize our insurance rate, and then we had to finalize our estimate for court security upgrades. But we've got our numbers, we've done our homework, and we just presented that presentation. We'd love to hear from you now. Thanks for being here.
Commissioner, I would say that we skipped Angie on the list.
Did we skip Angie? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
You go first.
Do you mind holding just really quick? Okay, thank you so much. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Eddie. We all love Angie, so we call her Angie, but Assessor Banks will now provide a presentation and assessment overview of these properties.
Yes, I didn't bring a slideshow because it's the same buildings that Laura showed. I
Got it.
figured there's no point. Okay. Now, one thing, everybody, you know, tax assessor is a little different than a fee appraisal. Our office, how we value the properties, it's a mass appraisal. And we have to look at all the sales, and we only include the arm's length sales. So to come about, as far as our values, whether it's tax exempt or taxable properties, the biggest difference between the two, the exempt properties, they aren't paying taxes. So generally, they aren't concerned how much their assessment is, whether it's low or high, because they don't receive a tax bill. But those values go up and down just like everything else. And, you know, the year built is in the system, so they do depreciate. And when we raise the land goes up on those also, or the building. So anyway, we collect sales information, and we look at sales on improved parcels and unimproved parcels. We collect information from the builders to help determine the county modifier, and we have a separate modifier for commercial than what we do residential. We adjust values up and down depending on the sales. This process is done every year, and we do review the properties every 3 years. And of course, if there's building permits or a property sale, we go out and we take a look at the properties at that time also. Our sales ratio with the state has to be between 90% and 110%. So we have to be in that range when we get done with that ratio. We will finish our ratio this year around December 1st. Values will all be set by mid-December. And then, of course, letters go out and we make adjustments. Taxpayers will come in, this is wrong, or, you know, they're fine with the value once we explain everything. So, you know, it just depends. But they come in and we go over it, make sure it is correct. Like I said, it's a mass appraisal. It is not a fee appraisal. So In other words, what we have for it and how much you want and how much somebody's willing to pay, you know, it's going to be different. So now, starting with the assessor's office at 104 East Washington Street. Laura referred to it as the Moffett Building. And yes, I heard many stories of the soda pop and people going in there to socialize. Our assessed value, which is 60% of our appraised value, and these figures are the 2025 year. We are working on 2026. Those values won't be set until mid-December.
Hey, Angie, just to let you know, the sheet that we put together, I have that up there on the screen too.
Okay.
And so if you'll say the property address, then I'll make sure it's up there. So which
Okay.
one?
It's 104 East Washington Street.
That's the one that's at the top of the screen.
Okay, yeah, okay. Now, I do believe when I gave you those figures, I may have given you some figures from 2026 that we were not finished with. So you may see a little variance, because I strictly stuck with 2025 when I went back over this, and 26 is not completed. So if it's not exactly what you have on the sheet, that is why. But
So
the
what
one,
did you have for yours?
excuse me?
What was the,
The assessed value for my building, 189,800 is the assessed,
that's what we have for that one.
correct. And then the next building, which is the 108 East Washington Street. Let me get this out. It is 108 East Washington Street, which is where my appraisers are. Then the 110 is the probation address, but they're all the way up, they're upstairs all the way across. And then the 112 East Washington is where my mapper is, if you've been into our mapping office. So yeah, we can just go from one office to another. When I first started there in 1993, everyone was in the Moffett Building, all of us, mapper, appraisers, everybody. And it was crowded, but we managed. That building in particular, this is one that the value is different because, like I said, I looked up the 2025 value. 482,100 is the assessed. Okay, appraised is 803,400.
So then the number just for the public that's up there is the rough estimate of the 2020.
Yes, 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 because we're not finished. We haven't done all the sales, and we haven't done our modifier. Okay, and then the next property at 114 East Washington Street, which we always refer to it as the Smoot Building, and Smoot's insurance agency was there. I think it was still there when I started working there in the early 90s. The value on that building is assessed value $52,700, appraised $87,800. The Mason Building at 116 East Washington Street, which has the planning, zoning, engineering, GIS, impact fees. We have it at assessed value $629,900, appraised $1,049,800 for the 25 year.
On the thing that's above, it looks like we did take the 26 numbers on that one, and it was 717,900.
Yes, yes, but yeah, that's not a complete figure. We're not finished with that year. Okay, the Hunter House, which is where the county commission is, at 124 East Washington Street, and this also includes the second building on 104 North Samuel Street, which what's in there right now? There's somebody else. There's a nonprofit using it, maybe?
We work with our probation office in the community.
Oh,
plaza.
okay. At one point, it was our mail room, so I haven't been in there since we moved the mail. The value for that one, for those two, they're on the same parcel. We have assessed value for the 25 year, $352,700, and the 2026 year, no, the appraised value for 2025 is $587,800. Okay. The reason why the 26, some of them's lower, because there's a depreciation in there. But if we change our modifier, it's going to bring that building value back up. And we haven't worked our modifier at this point. And that is why on some of them, the depreciation does not click in every year. There's only like, it depends on the year built, and it's in the system, the IES integrated system. Okay, now we have a parking lot. We have 3 parcels of the parking lot area. And the one that is 12B 50.1, we have it assessed at $64,800, appraised at $108,000. And there's another parking lot, 2B 51.1, and it's a skinnier strip, and it's right behind the Smoot building. And they bought that separately when they bought the Smoot building. Sorry about that. I'm thinking about the soup kitchen up at the corner, but the Smoot building. The Iron Well, and I remember when I was working there in the early 90s, we used to walk up there sometimes and get something to eat. It was nice that you could go somewhere that close and get something to eat. But the Smoot building, there's a little strip of parking lot behind it that the county bought, and that little strip is $13,500 assessed, appraised $22,400. And then the other one that I researched, that's at the bottom of the parking lot, it's where our county vehicles, where we put them or had been putting them. The assessed value is $71,500, appraised $119,200. The county bought that section of parking lot in the 1990s, and they gave over $50,000 for that little section, just to let you know that, you know, they needed the parking, and, you know, it was perfect for the county to buy it. But it's not that big, and they gave $50,000 for that in the early 90s. Anyway, that concludes all the assessments and appraisals. Like I said, the 26 will be done in December. The properties might have new owners before then, but.
So Angie, we had on this sheet here, taking, I think, some 26 numbers, some 25 numbers. Some were lower, some were higher, when we're looking at the assessed value and appraised value. Assessed value, we were looking at about 1.9 million, and appraised value about 1.3 million for all of the lots that are available. Is that roughly the same? Are those the same numbers?
You're talking about the total assessed value?
Yes.
It's roughly the same. There's not that much difference.
It seemed like one went down by a slight amount, one was up higher, so.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, the 26 is not finished, but the 25, you know, those are actually last year's value. But last year, July 1st of 24 is what the 25 is based on.
So just when we're looking at the total value of available real estate, we're looking at about 3.2.
Yes, approximately.
3.2 million, did I get it? All right, thank you so much, Assessor Banks, really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Terrific. As I was saying earlier, we are so happy to have you, Charlestown Now, come and present. Eagerly awaiting this presentation. We've got our numbers as close to final as we can get them. We had our presentation, and now conversation of it, so we can have. Terrific. Thank you for making time.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Angela Cable Johnson, a board member of Charlestown Now and a realtor with Sampson Properties, specializing in historic renovation, commercial development, and tax credit projects. Charlestown Now, as an accredited Main Street America organization since 2018 and in existence as a registered nonprofit since 2011, is recognized by the City of Charlestown and dedicated to the revitalization of our Main Street. driving economic development, vitality, marketing, and community events that make our town thrive. Thank you all for being here. Tonight, I want to talk about our shared commitment to Charlestown, a place where history meets opportunity and our past inspires our future. As a community, we have a unique chance to preserve the charm and character of our historic town while embracing thoughtful growth that benefits us all. The buildings on Washington offer Main Street the ability to increase commerce by an entire block. These buildings on Washington are part of Charlestown's historic district, managed by the National Register of Historic Districts. The 1997 assessment designated all of these structures as contributing to the historic district except the Mason Building. Now that it is over 50 years old, a reassessment would need to be completed to include it. Note that any changes to the exterior of the buildings would need to go through the city's Historic Landmark Commission. At Charlestown Now, we're dedicated to fostering a vibrant, thriving community. My work as a realtor and experience in construction, renovation, and development allows me to see firsthand the potential in our historic properties and the promise of smart commercial growth. These projects don't just restore buildings, they revitalize neighborhoods, create jobs, and attract visitors who fall in love with our town's story. By leveraging tax credit programs, we can make these transformations sustainable, ensuring that our growth respects our heritage while building a stronger economic future. It is our job at Charlestown Now to work with new investors in our downtown, whether it be a building purchase, revitalization, or new business going into an available space. For 13 years, I've been part of Charlestown Now's mission. Together, we've witnessed millions of dollars invested by building owners and merchants breathing new life into our main street. Projects like the Abolitionist Ale Works building, once buried under 6 inches of pigeon dirt and home to 100 pigeons, was one of my projects, and it was also a tax credit project. Charles Washington Hall, the city's impactful investment in downtown, stands as a testament to our commitment. The Stevenson Building, another of my projects, where many of you just attended the ribbon cutting just a few weeks ago. Our historic hardware store, restored so beautifully by Dandridge Realty, and finally, the Depot District Building. All of these projects have contributed to our upward trajectory, with more projects just like these in the works. These efforts have attracted astute, financially savvy buyers who create unique spaces, drawing better tenants and strengthening our downtown. Make no mistake, these investments have also increased the assessed value of these buildings, garnering increased tax dollars for our county. Main streets are timeless, and small businesses are the core of America. Unlike big box retail or shopping centers, which have a 20-year lifespan tied to shifting roads and traffic patterns, our buildings endure. They adapt, reinvent, and serve new businesses while fostering a sense of community, civic pride, and gathering spaces that define us. Main streets and these buildings on Washington were designed to be a place of commerce, multi-use buildings with markets and shops on the first floor and residential on the second floor. But what makes a successful Main Street today? Main streets need restaurants, retail, culture like art and music to be successful. We do not need vape stores, first floor office space, churches, schools, storage units, or service-type businesses on Main Street. Those types of tenants are a death sentence for Main Street because when you lose the street-level draw, you lose everything that makes a town lovable. We have active businesses waiting to move onto our Main Street. We need these spaces. I am also here because our merchants, investors, and residents deserve our steadfast support during this critical time. For over 240 years, the county government has been a cornerstone of our business district. While we not only understand, but support your move to these new buildings. While this can be an exciting opportunity, the vacating of these buildings puts our Main Street in a potentially precarious position where it can either grow and thrive into the future with a planned redevelopment plan, or it can suffer the blight of empty and underutilized buildings. Our merchants have already endured significant challenges, a massive shift in downtown traffic when APUS moved to these very buildings that you just purchased, and then shifted to a work-from-home model, followed by the devastating impact of COVID. Just as they begin to recover, this new change looms. Our town is at a serious precipice, something that we have all seen in other small towns where redevelopment and planning for the future isn't taken seriously. We now ask that you reach into your collective and personal moral compass and ensure that the redevelopment of these vital buildings to our main street doesn't leave our businesses, merchants, and residents shattered. Moreover, we ask that you acknowledge those who have invested millions of dollars to date and ensure that their investment is neither underserved nor ignored. If mishandled, those buildings could sit empty for years, casting a shadow over our town's vitality. So what can Charlestown Now offer to you? We bring a robust toolkit and willingness to collaborate. We have already engaged a highly respected retail and redevelopment specialist and are ready to sign the contract and get started. The final analysis from this expert is something any seasoned investor is going to demand. We can guide potential buyers through the historic tax credit process, new market credits, and public-private partnership agreements. Historic tax credits are up to 45% of a project's value between federal and state. These tax credits provide substantial equity into historic renovation. They can be used on the investor's own tax return, or they can be sold so that the cash is infused into the project. Typically, they are sold so that the projects such as these pencil out and are workable. New market tax credits can be used in conjunction with historic tax credits. Public-private partnerships can utilize grants that are only available to municipalities and other organizations. With most of these programs, the larger the project, the better the opportunities. For example, if there is one single investor for all the buildings on Washington, rather than individual purchasers, it will create a greater chance of receiving some credits and potential grants. We can also explore loan programs, economic incentives, and other grants with a buyer. This is my expertise. It's what I do for a living. I've worked on projects like Interwoven in Martinsburg and the ongoing redevelopment of the old National Fruit Plant there, which is another one of my projects. Our goal is simple: create a smooth process for you and the buyer, allow you to focus on your new project here while we handle the heavy lifting to help begin redevelop these buildings. This creates a win-win for our community, and the best part, our work and support comes to you at no cost. It's what we do at Charlestown Now. The reality is this: you get to sell these buildings once, but if redeveloped properly, you'll benefit from new assessments and collect increased tax dollars for years to come. That's a win for you because right now you are collecting zero taxes on these buildings as the government owner. Do a five-year spreadsheet on potential taxable income for the county with the buildings at peak value post-renovation and calculate that income. We have heard a talking point that the people of Jefferson County care more about the revenue generated from the sale of these buildings than what these buildings become. Our market study from 2021, along with ears to the ground involvement, implore you to really ponder that statement. Our community needs and requests more shopping, dining, and activities. We know that is our greatest need. If you are wondering if there is a market for this, we can promise you there is. Liz Cook, Business Development Coordinator for the City of Charlestown, works with people regularly that want a space downtown. The interest in 213 West Washington is a testament that we could have many additional restaurants here, but that takes a considerable investment and available spaces. The Hunter House was once a restaurant, and it could be again, but the conditions must be right. You, as commissioners, can make those conditions right by creating an RFP process for people to submit redevelopment proposals so that a board of vested parties can choose the best fit for the community as a whole. There is a need, there is an opportunity. As a county that is growing as a suburb of the Washington-Baltimore corridor, there is no excuse to allow Charlestown, which has so much history and progress, to take a downward spiral. Our residents demand and deserve better from all of us sitting in these decision-making positions. In closing, Charlestown Now is here, ready to roll up our sleeves and work side by side as your partner to strengthen our community. It's time to work together for the future of Charlestown. Without successful communities, the county can't survive. After serving as the cornerstone of our main street since the founding of Jefferson County some 240 years ago, I now invite you to collaborate with me in creating a lasting legacy that would honor Charles Washington, fostering growth and prosperity for generations to come. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Charlestown Now. I look forward to talking to you in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. And do you want to take questions now, or did you
If you have some.
Great.
You have
Anybody want to start off, or I can start off? You mentioned a couple of projects in Martinsburg. Can you tell us about the work that you're doing in Charleston?
I did the Stevenson building in Charlestown. I worked on abolitionists. So basically, when I get a property like that needs to be sold, I take it from very beginning to the closing table, and during the contract process, we do due diligence with contractors, EPA studies, the tax credits, all of it. Like, I walk my buyers through that entire process to get them, because ideally, you don't want to go to closing on a property and purchase it if all the eggs aren't in the basket where they need to go. It has to be, these projects have to be formulated just right and pencil out, or they won't work. And then you end up with one like the Stevenson building sitting up there for 20 years because it didn't pencil out.
Angie, what is the average due diligence period that you would need to do the studies and then work with the tax credit office and then go to closing?
Depending on the time of year and how much stuff somebody has, and it depends on the property, Steve. Like, you know, some properties, like, we have to do serious EPA Phase 1 stuff, right? Properties like this, you just do a really easy, like, Phase 1, and that's simple, it's not contaminated, that kind of thing. So I would say if no more than 6 months.
Okay. And
It can be less.
I was going to say 6 months, but I wanted the commissioners to hear that.
Yeah, it can be less than 6 months, depending on the project. You know, if you had somebody who purchased all of Washington Street together, it might take a little longer because you're dealing with a whole bunch of buildings instead of one. You know, but a seasoned investor who would purchase those really has their ducks in a row and knows the process and can bang it out very quickly. It's a formula.
Okay.
It's all a formula.
And part of me asking that question, I wanted to get your thoughts, see how long the due diligence would take. I just wanted to set the time frame, so once we move out, you know, there might be 6 months before it goes to closing, so we might want to start marketing these buildings sooner, before we move out, and to try to get somebody in to start maybe doing some study, further study period, doing environmental studies and stuff. So, thank you.
Yeah, you guys can do all of that, like, right away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And of course, if we do that, they would have to sign some disclosures, and we'd have to walk them through the building if we're still located.
Right. At some point, you're going to have to open the buildings up so
Yeah.
people can actually see them
Yeah.
and know what's in there. And
Because
I mean, I did a lead and asbestos study on 14 buildings at National Fruit in one day. It can be done.
Yep.
You just have to know what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. We also have a presentation from Strong Towns of Jefferson County. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Do you have a slideshow?
It's not necessary. Yeah, good evening. My name is Ben German. Here tonight as a longtime resident, local business owner, but someone also that deeply believes in the future of this town and of this county. I'm part of a group called Strong Towns of Jefferson County. It's a grassroots conversation that's grown out of the National Strong Towns movement, but with its own local soul. For residents, business owners, and neighbors who care about how we grow, where we invest, and what kind of place we want to leave behind. We believe that the most powerful change happens at the block level, and few blocks in Jefferson County have more potential than the 100 block of East Washington Street. The Strong Towns movement asks some very practical questions. Are we taking small, smart actions that create long-term prosperity? Are we investing in places where people already love to be? Are we building for the next generation, or just reacting to the needs of today? It's not about being flashy, it's about fiscal resilience, about choosing places and projects that pay back the community financially, culturally, and emotionally for decades. Here in Jefferson County, that might look like restoring a walkable block. It might mean repurposing beautiful historic buildings instead of chasing new construction. And it almost always means leaning into our existing strength instead of trying to compete with Loudon or Martinsburg on their terms. What we love about Charlestown is that it has a true sense of place. You can walk it. You can name the shop owners. There's texture, history, familiarity. And for those of us who spend our days there, it's not just nice, it's valuable. The 100 Block sits in the very heart of that experience. It's next to businesses that are trying to grow. It's surrounded by beautiful architecture and sits at a literal crossroad between heritage and possibility. It's a rare thing to have location, character, and community all baked into one space. That's what makes this block worth getting right. So the big question becomes, what do we do with it? I think the answer lies in alignment. Alignment between what the county has said it wants in the Envision Jefferson 2035 plan, what citizens like me are asking for, and what actually makes sense economically. The county's own strategic goals talk about responsible compact growth, historic preservation, sustainable development, a thriving local economy, and creating places where people want to live, work, and visit. The citizens, we want that too. We want to be proud of this town. We want spaces that are used, not empty. We want jobs, walkable streets, and a reason to stay invested in this community. And to be clear, this is not about sentimentality. This is about creating value, economically and culturally, by using the assets that we already have. One idea, and it's just that, an idea, is to use the 100 Block for education, something that brings steady foot traffic, supports local restaurants and retail, and invests in young people. Look at Shepherd University in Shepherdstown, James Rumsey in Martinsburg, and look at what APUS meant when it was physically present in Charlestown. What if the 100 Block became home to a small learning center, a school of preservation trades, hospitality, entrepreneurship, something rooted in this place? Jefferson County history, architecture, and culture, but oriented towards tomorrow's economy. These ideas don't just preserve old buildings, they give them purpose again. Now, I understand that the legal and procedural steps the county must take to dispose of these properties are complex. I also understand that it is uncertainty that repels investment, and alignment invites it. If the county and city signal a shared vision, if we say together, we want this block to matter, then serious partners will come to the table. Public-private collaboration doesn't mean giving anything away. It means sharing the risk and shaping the outcome. This block is too valuable a place to be treated just like an asset to offload. We have a chance here to make a long-term investment in Jefferson County's future. We can honor the past without getting stuck in it. We can create something uniquely ours, something rooted in place that works for businesses, residents, and for future generations. Let's not miss it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before you go, you raised a suggestion I haven't heard a lot of discussion about before. It's really interesting. The idea was schools and education on the block. Have you had conversations with business owners, and have they expressed that they thought that would be complementary to their business and would help bring foot traffic?
The ones that I've spoken with, yes. And my personal experience being a resident in Shepherdstown for many years, I think it's an easy place to look. I mean, you would know very well, the impact the university and its population has on that local economy.
Yeah, I mean, Jefferson has over a 95% occupancy rate, and I do think that is coupled with the partnership of Shepherd University and having boots on the ground, keeping the businesses strong.
And if a school is getting public funding, wouldn't that allow it to be something that could, receive public property?
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
And that's a good question. So how do you move forward? As you're speaking to these business groups that work with businesses on Charlestown, you heard from our attorney that there are limitations. You can't just find the best business idea and sell it to them or give it to them. It's not an option. So instead, you have a public entity of some kind or the auction process. And we've heard from two great business entities from the Washington block. Does the auction process, can that meet their needs? Something that you need to decide, or does it have to go through a governmental entity that's not us, that has more flexibility in what they can do?
Okay.
That's a question I was going to have, but since you brought that up, if we would transfer the property to the Development Authority, is that a possibility for a private sale?
So I think you have to do it for $10 because you have to sell it to them for $10, the minimum. But you still don't have funds for building out the courthouse. So that's the other element that we talked about
Yeah,
earlier. You
absolutely.
can, but we have $11.5 million gap, and that doesn't close. But you could, and the Development Authority, City of Charlestown, Building Commission are all here later to talk about what they could do with it. But it's an option.
You can ask JCBA directly, they're going to present in just a second.
Yeah, they're going
Yeah,
to present
absolutely.
here. in a minute.
Other questions for our presenter?
There's also a question about reverter. It depends on who you're giving it to. Depending on if you give it to one of the, like the volunteer fire department, the ambulance community center, or whatever like that, then the property can have a deed provision to that it reverts back if they stop using it for that. So there's sort of a catch there. And so there's just something, you can disclaim that, I think, disclaim that reverter if you want to, but
So
That's
just another issue.
That's something I would ask all of these entities. How do we get from here to there, knowing that these hurdles are in place? I think it seems like everything I've heard from you, we all want this amazing, flourishing, downtown, vibrant, small business environment. How do you get there?
Okay. All right. Any more questions for our current presenter? We'll have a few more up in just a few seconds. Any more now?
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. Thanks very much. As was just mentioned, we have legal limitations on who we can sell to, but the next group of presenters qualify as potential purchasers. We have various governmental entities, and we're going to start with Jefferson County Museum. Lori Wysong, Director of the Jefferson County Museum.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for making time for us today. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me to speak. I'm Lori Wysong, Director of the Jefferson County Museum, and I'm here tonight to speak to you about an idea for the reuse of our county's historic courthouse once the county moves its court facilities to their new home. I'm sure I don't have to emphasize that this building is a priceless piece of history, and we're presented with what is probably an opportunity that will only happen once in our lifetimes. The chance to ensure that this building gets the future it deserves with a use that preserves and honors the history that it represents. I also can't say that the idea I'm going to present here is an original one. In fact, it's been brought up to me so many times by so many different people over the last several months that it honestly seems like a most natural and fitting purpose for the courthouse, and it's one that you may have already thought of yourselves. That idea is, of course, the courthouse as a future home for the Jefferson County Museum. Picture this, you enter the Jefferson County Courthouse, you're welcomed into a site where history was actually made, and before you is a timeline of Jefferson County's past, a selection of fascinating exhibits on different topics, not just in our local, but also in our national history, featuring one-of-a-kind artifacts and artworks that help tell these important stories. If you travel further into this space, you can access archival collections for research on history or genealogy. If you head upstairs, you can take a virtual tour of the bell and clock tower, as well as an in-person tour of the historic courtroom. There you'll learn about the West Virginia miners' trials of 1922, the Civil War battle that destroyed the previous courthouse in 1863, and the trial of John Brown and his men, which took place just a few years earlier there in 1859. If you go back even further into history, the original courthouse was built in 1803 on land donated by Charles Washington. When he died in 1799, Washington's will gave the lots on the town square, formed by George and Washington streets, to the formation of a new county seat, with the stipulation that they be used for public purposes. Barring its continuation as a county facility, any future usage of this building should keep it open to the public and interpret its rich history, as well as that of the county that it represents. The adjacent jail building, which survives today due to the foresight of preservationists, is a natural extension of the courthouse building and would be an asset to the museum in the event that we moved there. A little bit about our organization. The Jefferson County Museum is part of a nonprofit, Old Charlestown Library, Inc., with a history that extends all the way back to 1927 and encompasses both the Jefferson County Museum and the Charlestown Library. The museum is now in its 60th year and has a long institutional history, but also a vast collection of objects, archives, and photographs pertaining to Jefferson County's history. Many of the items that we have on display are of national importance and deserve exposure to a broader public. If you visited, you've probably seen a letter that was written by George Washington after his brother Charles died, the wagon that carried John Brown to his execution, and which before it came to the museum sat for many years outside of the courthouse, and the uniforms of Frank Buckles, who is the last surviving World War I veteran in the United States. This collection, housed in a National Historic Landmark with such rich history, would be an excellent way to showcase Jefferson County's most unique and important asset, which truly is its history. The building itself would become an important historic artifact and one well worth coming to view. So that brings me to my next point, which is that this is an idea that benefits not just the county and the museum, but the citizenry as a whole. Working at the museum's front desk, I am constantly asked by our visitors whether they can go and see the courthouse, whether they can tour the courthouse, whether there are any displays available in the courthouse. And the answer to these questions could and should be a resounding yes. Opening it to the public as a museum would make it more accessible than it ever has been. Moving the museum to the courthouse and jail buildings would give us the time and the perfect opportunity to evaluate our current exhibits, collections, and displays, and to get feedback from our local community about what they want to see more of from their local museum as we move to a location that truly represents the history of the entire county. In addition, the extra space would be much more conducive to expanding and diversifying our collection, and also to hosting field trips from local schools and tour groups from outside of the county. Right now, there are countless visitors to Jefferson County who come here for Harper's Ferry, which, with its history and beauty, is well worth seeing, but then they leave without venturing any further into the county. Having a destination as impressive and historic as the courthouse would be a visible, tangible reason to drive 10 minutes further into the county and learn more about our local and national history. People would be stopping along the way to eat, to shop, to get gas, and might even plan to stay an extra night in the county. It's an ideal place to educate them not only about Jefferson County's rich history, but about all the other places and activities that it has to offer in the present day, a front line for tourism and economic development. With all of the benefits that would be associated with the courthouse as a museum, it's no wonder that so many people have had this same idea about this space. So I think at this point, the question is not whether this should happen, but how. And I'm sure as I've been speaking, you've been wondering this. It would be a big step for all involved, and to do it right would be a complicated undertaking. To make this reality, we would need the support not only of our county commission, but of all of our local municipalities, as well as state entities such as the Department of Tourism and the State Historic Preservation Office. The preservation of this building is something that concerns us all, and the Jefferson County Museum hopes to create a coalition of interested stakeholders to offer long-term support in that endeavor. These would include, as I've mentioned, local and state governments, but also historical and cultural organizations and clubs to provide support and expertise for both the initial renovation project and the long-term preservation of the building. One practical way that we've come up with to support the building's maintenance is to rent parts of the space not used for the museum. The judges' chambers and the upstairs part of the courthouse would make ideal office spaces, and the connecting jail allows a separate, private entrance for tenants to use these spaces. The historic courtroom, when it is not open to the public, could be rented out for lectures, performances, private events, even weddings. There is precedent for these sorts of arrangements. The Entler Museum in Shepherdstown operates by renting out office and event spaces in its building. We've also spoken with the courthouse turned museum in Berrien Springs, Michigan, which rents out its historic courtroom under a similar arrangement with its county that it's located in. Closer to home, we have the example of the courthouse turned museum with the Civil War Museum in Winchester. This one operates under a slightly different model, but over the course of the years it's been open, it has done a terrific job in both renovating and fundraising for the space. Our county can draw from these and many other examples of museums that have moved into courthouses to create and sustain a state-of-the-art museum space that will give our incredible history its due. The courthouse's National Historic Landmark status, along with the specialized areas of history to which it connects, make it an excellent candidate for grants and funding opportunities. We're hopeful that there are many public and private sources of funding on both local and national levels, which would support our efforts to create and sustain a museum in this space. If given the opportunity to relocate the Jefferson County Museum to the courthouse and jail, our nonprofit, OCTL, would seek out architectural and design services to adapt the first floor of the buildings to its needs and to make it a welcoming museum space for the public, allowing for the development of a more concrete vision of any of the changes that would be needed and the funding required. We would then take steps to raise funds for the necessary renovations from public and private sources, using the time that is available to us to plan for the future and be ready to make these changes when the Jefferson County moves its court to its new home. But before we can do that, we would need a few things to happen. This includes further exploring both the courthouse and jail building, gathering information about square footage and utility costs, and gaining a clear understanding of the timeline for the renovation and move of the county offices and courtroom to their new facilities. I'd like to formally invite our county commissioners at this time to come and to visit the museum, to take a look at our current exhibits, and to meet with our board members who have unanimously approved the exploration of this exciting possibility. Finally, we will have to discuss what type of arrangement for the ownership and maintenance of the property is most suitable for Jefferson County and other interested stakeholders. We look forward to talking with many of you about your ideas and concerns and brainstorming the future of the courthouse as museum. Once we receive some assurance that Jefferson County is indeed interested in pursuing this possibility, we can begin this process of making the idea, which so many of us have shared, a reality, and transforming the courthouse into the future home of the Jefferson County Museum. Thank you for your time and consideration of how to best handle the rare opportunity we're faced with tonight.
Thank you so much. Excellent presentation. That was very thorough. You've already answered pretty much all of my questions, but just for the record, you're interested and willing to partner with the state and National Park Service?
Absolutely, yeah. I think, I think partnerships are really how you make this type of thing happen.
Mm-hmm.
So the more people involved and support that we're able to get for it would be helpful.
You mentioned fundraising. We have already started seeking funds from the federal government, state government, et cetera. We voted as the commission to make it as a priority in our interactions with the federal government, and that's County Administrator Benitez can show you records of that if we don't have it. I'd be happy to meet with your board. Thank you for the invitation. Can you tell us about your experience with fundraising?
Sure. So, I think that this would be a different level than the experience that I or any of the other staff at our nonprofit possess. We would have to probably have a capital campaign to raise money for this courthouse. In addition to that, I think that the letter that I sent to the commission, which should be in your packets this week, outlines some more specific, grants, earmarks, other things we would pursue. Our nonprofit might end up having to hire a professional fundraiser for this because, quite frankly, this would require the support of individual donors, and I think would be attractive to individual donors just based on the John Brown history, the labor history associated with the site. It's a very attractive project, but I think it's just a matter of finding the right people who would be interested in addition to the public grants that are out there.
Thank you. Other questions from commissioners?
It's a great presentation. I'm excited to see it head that direction.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt, and I would be very interested to have more conversations sooner than later if you have to raise money. I think tell us the time frame on exiting the courthouse, Eddie, just so we have, since everybody's here.
That one we haven't set yet. So first is getting into this building, and that's by the end of 2026. And then we have to work on our own capital stack to build out the other building. So that is really dependent on that.
I will add with the fundraising, I mentioned drafting a plan for design, architectural changes, whatever is necessary to turn the space into a museum. I think that our nonprofit would be able to, cover that initial plan, But we would have to have an initial plan in order to know what to fundraise for. As some of our other speakers have mentioned, it's nice to be able to show something to people who are investing in your project for what the space can be, so that they have a vision of that. And also to have a concrete, number of how much money you need. As I'm sure you're aware with your move to this building, it's hard to determine that without knowing what's needed for the space. So the cost wouldn't be insignificant, but I think we would be able to raise the funds for it.
Okay.
Awesome. Others? Thank you so much. We'll keep talking.
You're welcome. Yeah, we'll be in touch, I guess.
All right. All right. Our next presentation is from the city of Charlestown. Mayor George, thank you so much for coming and joining us tonight.
Yes, thank you for the invite. Please pardon my appearance. It's been a very long night and a very long day. I just want to start out by thanking all the residents that came out to help clean up after this storm. I want to, I'm so thankful that there are no major injuries or any deaths with this storm, and that we still have about 80 citizens that don't have a house right now that are staying in Ransom Community Center. Hopefully they'll return to their homes very soon. I want to thank Ransom Board of Education, first responders, and the city staff of both Ransom and Charlestown for being so quick to get everything done. And it's looking like we're going to recover pretty quickly from the storm. Let's see. What the city is asking for is to get access to the buildings for our consultant that we hired with Charlestown Now. They only need about 15 to 10 minutes per building, and it's just a walkthrough to come up with the pro forma. And we'll work with the county staff to minimize the disturbance, and they can be followed around with staff, and I could be there present also. The goal is to create a pro forma which will be used to find more investors that are willing to share, and we're willing to share our vision with the county. The city is paying for most of the costs, and Charlestown Now is covering a little bit of it as our partner. This will maximize return on the buildings for the county and for the city, and bring better investors and a better fit for the city. And there are many ways we can do this. We can do it through a joint building commission, through a building commission, or through JCDA. If through a joint building commission, we could set up the agreement on how to split out the return, and most of it should go to the county, as I would think. So I just wanted to keep it short because I know we're running short on time, and that's all I have for now.
Questions from the commission?
I don't have any questions, thank you, and thank you for your hard work. I know it's going to hit yesterday.
It's been a long day.
About
I really
this
need a
time.
nap. I really need
Y'all
a
have
nap
been
right
busy. Yes.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. So, any interest in buying these buildings from the city of Charlestown?
I have not discussed that with the committee. Last I heard that there was no interest in buying these buildings at this time.
Okay. I hope you all do discuss it. I think
Yes.
you'd be the perfect buyer. I used to sit on a town council. I spent 6 years doing that. This is a fascinating topic for me. I love talking about it, and I just think that it's a terrific opportunity for Charlestown to realize and achieve the vision that's being described tonight. And if you bought the buildings, you could do all the things that you're saying you want to see happen.
And that's an allowable sale, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
To the county.
Shaking your head, yes.
Okay.
So that's an allowable sale, so we'd like to see y'all have some more conversation.
Yep. If you need more office space, if we have something, we'll sell you. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, our next presenter, we just heard about building commissions. Our next presenter is the Jefferson County Building Commission. Scott? Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
if you would join us at this witness table.
And I will just let you know for the public, this is actually the owner, because we are technically the lessees of this building until it's paid off. So he is one of the three that are owning the building.
The landlord is.
You can give the rest of the presentation if you like, Eddie. Mr. President, members of the commission, thank you for asking me to present tonight, both for the commission and for the public, on the Jefferson County Building Commission, and perhaps a role that the Building Commission can play as the community looks to the disposal or the acquisition of this property. So first, the Building Commission is authorized under state code and under county ordinance. The county had the foresight in 1989 to adopt county ordinance, giving it the authority to appoint a building commission. The building commission is comprised of 3 members appointed by you. I am one of those members, Scott Sudduth, and my colleagues Addie Crawford and Josh Beal are the other members of the board. A little bit about the authority of the board, of the commission. The commission has the authority to purchase, own, and hold property, as we do with the property that we're all currently sitting in. We also have the authority to sell, encumber, and dispose of property. The commission also has the authority to apply for grants from state and other entities, as well as to receive private donations and contributions. And finally, the commission has the authority to lease property in its possession for public purpose. So I think the commission had great foresight in creating such an entity to help it in instances such as this when it has property. As you know, but the public perhaps doesn't, one of the other roles of the commission is to hold long-term encumbrances such as bonds, mortgages that you as a governmental entity cannot hold on your own. So you've been given the legal authority to create this commission to hold such encumbrances for you. Indeed, as maybe you know, but you also have precedent of working with other governmental entities in the community through the Building Commission on property. My former colleague, Kathy Skinner, can refresh my memory on when, but about 10 years ago, when I had the privilege to serve as president of the school board, along with my colleague, Kathy Skinner, that governmental entity approached the commission about using, we approached the commission about using the Building Commission to help finance bonds for the purchase of the transportation center. And thank you, that went very well. And that transportation center is now the envy of not only the state of West Virginia, but Northern Virginia as well. So if called upon to do so, I can't speak for my fellow board members, but if called upon, the board could certainly review serving an important role, both for the commission, but also in working with the community to address what's in the best interest, frankly, of the city of Charlestown, since these properties occupy a significant part of their footprint and of their historic stature. So I think I covered everything, Eddie, but let me know if I didn't. and happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yes, I do have a question, and it could be you or perhaps Mr. Cochran who can best answer it. I'm trying to understand something. I'll ask it in layman's terms. So if we put property into the building commission, how do we get money out to upgrade the court system? Do you have to vote on it? Do we have to request it? What's the process? I don't quite follow.
So I don't think anyone here is yet in a position to answer that, but
Okay.
I think there is a process that we could explore together. As I said, we have the authority to receive grants and to receive other funds. We could work both with the commission and the city and other governmental entities, and probably start with some planning grants, feasibility studies, things that you're very familiar with.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Terrific. Yeah, I'm very interested in that because I like all of the ideas that have been brought forward today. On process, we just have to make sure we get that money out because we're going to have to build up the new court building. And we can't access the money.
Well,
in 5
and
years,
indeed, the commission, the building commission has an important financial responsibility on that end of the transaction as well, since it's important to us and the bonds that we're holding for these facilities. So absolutely, we understand that.
Yeah, okay, so we would be aligned there. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think I know the answer to this, but I wanted to ask, if hypothetically we were to put the properties into the building commission custody, would that count as directly or indirectly your limitations as to not having a private sale or listing it in the public market, not via auction or government entity?
Yeah, that would, well, you could use, and again, I may be a lawyer, but I do not practice in this area, so we'll want to consult with counsel, but you could use the commission for a sale to a public entity. But if you were, this would be, I believe, but correct me if I'm wrong, an option in lieu of an auction to a private buyer. Which doesn't mean that eventually there couldn't be private buyers at the table. But this would be an option in lieu of an auction.
Okay.
So in theory, we could have private buyers come forward if it is under the custody of the building commission?
Yes, because we have the authority to sell it.
So you could have a real estate agent and list it publicly, have yard signs out? Okay. That's good.
Interesting. Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Thank you. We'll have our rent paid on time.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Terrific. Our next presenter, Jefferson County Development Authority, Josh Cook. Mr. Cook, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that Krista Hoffman, our Executive Director, asked me to carry this briefing forward on her behalf while she's representing Jefferson County at a previously scheduled Leadership West Virginia engagement.
Oh, actually, we're very glad that she's there. That's a terrific organization. Thank you.
She asked me to express her appreciation for your time and partnership as we begin to explore the future of the Washington Street properties. For those who haven't met me in person yet, my name is Joshua Cook, and I'm the Program Manager for the Jefferson County Development Authority, hired less than 2 months ago. My background includes founding and running businesses in the food and agriculture industry, working as an economic development researcher and professor of entrepreneurial finance at WVU, and being a consultant for governments and businesses over the past 5 years. Earlier this summer, JCDA staff were asked to participate in this conversation as part of our ongoing efforts to support impactful, mission-aligned development in the county. Staff has approached this project from an exploratory standpoint, gathering initial ideas and assembling an early-stage framework for what types of redevelopment might be both financially feasible and programmatically meaningful at the Washington Street properties. At this stage of the process, we are not making any financial commitments or presenting formal proposals. Instead, our role is to help outline the conditions under which public sector participation, whether from the JCDA or other partners, might become attractive and viable. Washington Street presents a rare combination of location, architectural interest, and public ownership. The area lies fully within a federally designated opportunity zone, which positions it well to receive investment from individuals or entities with capital gains, many of them local, who are seeking aligned, place-based reinvestment options. Staff believes this project may be a good candidate for a future Opportunity Zone investment charrette, a structured work session bringing together property owners and sellers, other investors, developers, community leaders, and design professionals to identify shared priorities and uncover feasible pathways to reinvestment. The courthouse is clearly the anchor of this block. Its expected adaptive reuse as a museum is a noble and stabilizing use that preserves our shared history. Staff has also identified a few additional programmatic layers that could be explored alongside the museum function. Ideas that aim to ensure the building becomes not only preserved, but also activated. This would include a craft beverage tasting room or cafe designed to keep the space active into the evening, which would offer an iconic gathering point for visitors and residents and directly connect to our placemaking initiative focused on the craft beverage economy in Jefferson County. A flexible meeting or incubator suite which could be used for small industry gatherings, workshops, or regional marketing efforts related to agriculture, tourism, or technology, would underline the importance of startup development and cultivating community among entrepreneurs. These ideas are not formal proposals, but examples of how placemaking can add value to historical preservation by ensuring the site speaks to both our past and our future. Regarding the surrounding properties, staff has done light analysis of their potential uses. While no specific path is being advanced at this time, several uses could be considered based on building size and location. One building could support a small bar or tasting room. Another may lend itself to a restaurant or hybrid food and co-working venue. A third could be explored for live-work housing or short-term residential use. The Hunter House may have potential as a small guest house or lodging space for special visitors such as entrepreneurs, chefs, or tourists. The nearby parking lots, while limited by current layout, could offer interim revenue as managed lots, and in the long term might support a consolidated parking structure as downtown density increases. We want to reiterate that no decisions of the JCDA are being described here tonight, and no commitments are being extended. The JCDA staff has been tasked with testing feasibility, assembling early stage models, and helping local leaders assess the kinds of tools and partnerships that can make redevelopment possible. We recognize that several community groups are deeply invested in the future of downtown. Where the JCDA can help advance those priorities in alignment with county goals, we are ready to assist. Should conditions evolve to include meaningful grant funding, incentive layering, or strong partner interest, staff is prepared to evaluate those opportunities further with our incoming board. From a development finance perspective, these types of projects become especially compelling when a stacked capital model is in play. The types of capital stack tools that can be used here include federal and state grants and loans, including programs from the USDA Rural Development, WVEDA, and the West Virginia Department of Commerce, congressionally directed spending to support site preparation, infrastructure, or public-facing components, Opportunity Zone equity, which is reinvested capital gains that receive favorable tax treatment, especially from local investors. This program was recently updated and made permanent in the OBBBA signed by the President July 4th, 2025. New markets tax credits, which are potentially applicable if the development includes mixed use or community serving components. historic tax credits depending on the qualifying building status and scope of restoration, philanthropic or mission-aligned capital from institutions focused on placemaking, rural entrepreneurship, or community preservation, tourism and small business incentives through regional or state programs targeting hospitality, agribusiness, or creative economy uses, private debt or equity investment contingent on a viable operating plan and tenant strategy, pilot agreements which are negotiated early year property tax relief to improve project feasibility and increase investor confidence, tax increment financing, which is using future property tax gains to fund site prep, utilities, or shared amenities, or sales tax increment financing, which is capturing a portion of increased sales tax, often from hospitality or retail, to fund upfront investments. These tools can help mitigate investment risk, unlock private capital, and support layered development models that serve multiple community priorities, expanding the range of creative uses available to a site like this. In closing, we see Washington Street being a central corridor of Charlestown as a critical placemaking project, one that no stakeholder would want to see falter or languish. It is so important, actually, that it likely requires some de-risking capital from federal and or state sources. A sound business model, partnerships, and a well-developed capital stack, including public and private sources of funds, would likely be necessary to include in any proposals that staff presents to our future board. Regardless of the JCDA's board composition, thank you, by the way, to our former board members for their service. We look forward to a new board's expertise in areas of finance, property development, law, public policy, tourism, and organizational capacity building. I look forward to working with them to identify real actionable paths to investment in Jefferson County. This corridor has the potential to be a signature success story for all of us. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in tonight's discussion. I look forward to your thoughts and welcome any questions.
Thank you. Terrific presentation. I really appreciate how you outlined that capital stack. A lot of options there, and definitely worthy of consideration. I'd love to learn more about that. Where is JCDA financially? Do you have savings? Are you willing to buy? Are you able to buy? What's the situation?
The previous board did not make any commitments regarding this project. The organization, we can see, has limited financial resources to deploy, so they must be used with precision. As staff, we would recommend that any investment, whether this project or others under consideration in other parts of the county, be measured against the outcomes we aim to achieve, which are jobs created, private revenue generated, and long-term revenue growth of the county. Until it's clearer what the business model is here, what partnerships are involved, and what kind of capital stack can realistically be formed, it's too early to forecast those metrics or say how a future board will assess this project.
Right. We know that. I'm just curious, what options do you have to raise money? We went out to bond to purchase it. What are the tools that you have to raise money to make a purchase?
Like I said, we would rely on an influx of capital that is likely from a federal or state level source to de-risk this type of project. And because we understand the need for fair market value purchase, that would be a component of the necessary business model and capital stack projection. So anything that we propose to the future board regarding this includes considering a fair market price purchase, which would necessitate de-risking funds in order to make that, that just in my opinion, it would necessitate de-risking funds in order to make that model pencil out.
Okay.
and this is obvious to you and to the commission, but just so everybody understands, there's no JCBA bank account with $10 million you could just draw from and write a check and buy the buildings, right? That does not exist, is that right?
There is no commitment of funds that we have that are limited regardless, and it would be hard to say whether this would be elevated to the top of the list amongst the variety of development projects in the county, some of which are much larger, that may be better candidates for JCA resources, given the metrics that we're using to judge them, which would be jobs created, private investment generated, and long-term revenue for the county.
Okay, those are my initial questions. Other questions from the commission?
I covered mine.
No, we're good. Okay, thank you so much. Terrific. Next, we're going to move into comments from the public on this community discussion, Washington Street properties. We'll have an opportunity later for other topics if you want to have general comments about our agenda, if you want to have a comment on our public hearing on a zoning map amendment, we'll have opportunities for that later. But for now, if anybody wants to comment on this discussion, future of Washington Street properties, we'll have people come up to the two podiums here and we'll alternate back and forth for maximum efficiency. Some folks have already signed up. I'll get through this list, and then after we go through this list, if other people want to come up, we'll just line up at these podiums and hear from the public. We're so glad you're here. Thanks for making time, and we'll start with...
Any chance we could have a recess?
You want to? We're going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Just saying. Help yourself.
Okay, we are back. As we were saying earlier, we have gathered to hear from you. This is a community discussion, and we have two podiums. We'd like for everybody to come up and alternate between the two podiums. We have 3 minutes apiece, and what I'll do is I'll just tap the gavel like this when you got about 10 seconds to go, and then we'll wrap up at 3 minutes. That way we'll have time for everybody to speak, and then also to proceed to our regular meeting after that. So our first speaker is Amanda Stroud. And as I was saying earlier, this is about the Washington Street properties. We'll have regular commenting later too.
I'm on both lists.
Okay, great.
Shocker. Okay.
But bear with us as we fix this.
Okay. All right.
Good to go? All right.
First,
Oops. It's our first time using it, so we're having a little technical difficulties.
Would we want to have her come to the center as a worker?
You want to try the other podium? Do we want to do one at a time?
We could have her seated at the table since we know this works.
What was in the back?
One at a time. Okay, I think because we have both podium mics on, that might be the problem. Aha.
There we go.
Now you try again?
first, there we go. Okay. First, just a little wait, what about this moment? A point has been made that the APU logo will be removed from the floor of this building. However, nothing has been said about the APU engraved sign over the entrance to the clock tower building. Is the county keeping this for historic reasons? If not, what is the plan and associated cost of its removal? Now, Onto the 100 block of Washington Street. These buildings have been described as sick, old, and non-ADA compliant, with major components such as HVAC, roofs, and windows needing repairs and replacement within the next decade, if not sooner. Over the past 3 years, the county commissions have done such a great job of trash talking these buildings that I'm quite surprised the Smoot building, aka the old teen court, is valued at $146,333. After all, this is a building that previous commissioners wanted demolished. The Mason building is valued at $1.99 million, and the assessor's mapping building is valued at $1.38 million. The county administrator made it clear that these are just generalized numbers, but the resulting 4.9 figure, and I'm using old numbers, was used in the "we can afford it" justification. Given such glowing terms for these issue-laden Class C, at least D-, properties, whom does the county think would want to buy them? And even if they could find a buyer who plans to, say, tear everything down, believe there is no way y'all would recoup anywhere near $4.9 million, and probably not even the county's assessed appraised value of $2.95. On a side note, what about the court buildings? There has been no mention that I'm aware of those buildings incorporated into the "we can afford it" justification. I find that very odd. True, the jail may be a hard sell, but the St. Margaret's building, aka the tax office and magistrate court, is the best building the county has in their portfolio. I do have a suggestion for the St. Margaret's building. Find a developer to turn it into workforce below market rate apartments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is David Tabb.
David Tabb, Jefferson County, lifelong resident. Following comments. The 100 block is not for sale. That is all I've heard from you. I've heard great people down here talking about what they would like to do with it. All I hear from you guys is how much money can we get? Now, first, the County Commission has not proven that they actually own the Washington Street. West Virginia Code requires the County Commission to maintain. Doesn't mean they own it. Over the last 4 years, the County Commission has not properly followed the 732 to maintain the properties. Instead, they've taken the money and stored it and came up with about $19 or $20 million to make the first initial purchases. Shame on you. On some of these things, there still was not enough information to even make a comment tonight. On the county assessor, if this property was worth that much, why weren't you paying taxes on it? Should have. As far as the presentation for business groups, again, not enough documentation to us so that we could make a written suggestion on this. As far as presentation for possible purchases, again, if you didn't pay for it, you can't sell it. VHAC or HVAC needs to be worked on. I agree that the Jefferson County Museum should take over the actual courthouse. Charlestown didn't give us enough information, and they were busy this last couple of days. The Jefferson County Building Commission is too heavy of a load on themselves and are appointed by the County Commission, which is conflict of interest. And the Jefferson County Development Authority, again, appointed by you, again, conflict of interest. And the purchase of the APU over the structure for the last 4 years was not giving the public an opportunity to actually be involved. So, and you've gone out, and this is over $40 million now, and where are you going to get the money for the Jefferson County Fire Department and all this other stuff that you were supposed to be doing? So again, I believe a trust should be introduced into the 100 block because I don't trust you, and that it is historic. So the historical divisions at Power will have a chance. Do us a good job. Don't sell.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Christine Weimer. We're getting used to the mics up here too. Sorry about that.
Was that you or me? I
No,
guess.
that was us. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, I'm reclaiming my time. Thank you for having us this evening, Commissioners, and thank you for having this event. We had hoped that similar transparency would be provided on the purchase of the new buildings before the decision was made. As it is, the public is still left with major questions of how the debt for the buildings will be fully serviced and how the renovations of the courthouse will be paid for. It seems like you have similar questions. Even with this evening's process, there are several things that raise transparency and Open Meetings Act questions. For example, how was the staff of the JCDA directed to appear here this evening? Unlike other boards in the county, the JCDA, according to State Code 712, is a separate corporation. Who directed their staff? Other entities in the county, such as the JCC and the county administrator, are not permitted under state code to direct their staff. We are unaware of a vote by the JCDA directing their staff to be here this evening. It was not in public if it happened. A similar issue exists for the Building Commission member who appeared to present on behalf of the Building Commission. Is he presenting in his personal capacity? It was not clear on the agenda. We are aware of no vote of the Building Commission authorizing that member to appear on behalf of the board today. Again, if it happened, it did not happen in open session. Whatever you do moving forward, we hope you maintain transparency and continue to seek the input of the public as more information becomes available, especially on the historic courthouse building so many people are attached to. I want to bring forward West Virginia State Code 29B11. It reads, pursuant to the fundamental philosophy of the American constitutional form of representative government, which holds to the principle that government is the servant of the people, not the master of them. It is hereby declared that by the public policy of the state of West Virginia, that all persons are, unless otherwise expressly provided by law, entitled to full and complete information regarding the affairs of government and the official acts of those who represent them as public officials and employees. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for the people to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments of government they have created, end quote. Again, that is not my opinion. This is the code of the state of West Virginia. So we ask that you redouble your dedication and your efforts to adhere to the Open Meetings Act and transparency. Please hold a separate hearing on the courthouse. Thank you.
Your time has expired, and our next speaker is Emily Gallagher. A reminder, we're talking about the Washington Street properties community discussion, future of Washington Street.
Thank you. As you said, my name is Emily, and I'm here to read a statement on behalf of downtown Charlestown businesses. To the Jefferson County Commission and County Administration, we, the undersigned business owners and stakeholders in downtown Charlestown, write to you as a united and deeply invested voice in the future of our community. We represent a core part of the economic infrastructure and fabric of historic downtown Charlestown. Our businesses and therefore the economic future of the city will be directly and significantly impacted by the county's decisions regarding the disposition of the soon-to-be vacant county properties in the 100 blocks of downtown, including several critical historic structures. Over the past several years, we have worked collaboratively and persistently from the ground up with the City of Charlestown and Charlestown Now toward a shared mission to preserve, promote, and enhance the historic heart of our city, focusing on its physical, social, cultural, and economic vitality. We have witnessed firsthand how these efforts have improved the vibrancy of downtown, and our businesses and the broader community have benefited as a result. We stand firmly behind Charlestown Now's vision and plan for the revitalization of the 100 blocks and urge you to actively work with both Charlestown Now and city staff to ensure that these properties are transitioned thoughtfully and intentionally. These buildings represent not just square footage, but the character, history, and potential of our downtown. Their next chapter must align with the comprehensive plan and community vision that so many of us have invested in and worked toward. Data recently gathered by the Jefferson County Convention and Visitors Bureau shows that Charlestown already draws the greatest number of visitors among Panhandle communities from targeted advertising efforts. In conjunction with the JCCVB's incredible work, Charlestown Now's initiatives have given tourists and locals alike compelling reasons to come to and stay in our historically hip town. The decisions made about these properties will either continue this momentum or undermine it. We respectfully implore you, please work with the City of Charlestown and Charlestown Now to ensure these historic buildings are placed in the right hands and contribute to the social, economic, and tourism vitality of our downtown for generations to come. We are eager to continue building a thriving, collaborative, and connected community with your partnership. Sincerely, Downtown Charlestown Businesses. Jesse Prince, Prince Mortgage Team and North Mildred Depot. Maddie Prince, Corona Construction. Suzanne Bowers, Green Shade Photography. Jester, Yule Team. Anna Sokol Skincare. Aaron Amore Law. Brittany and Levi Sellers, Sustain Bio. Mohammed La Gazelle Coffee. Jim and JP Toma, Succulent Garden. Charlestown Farmers Market. Don Ricks Signature Salon Suite. Stephanie Young, Charlestown Down Under. Bethany Starkey, Bets and Coops. Daphne Wall, Art Deco Decor Antiques. Sarah Anderson, Fuzzy Dog. Nathan and Lisa Smith Ventopia, Talon and Bain, Fargo, Jones Insurance, Catro Law, Dandridge Realty Group, Bets and Coops, Miss Willow's Bookshop, Earth Grounds Landscaping.
Thank you. Your time has expired, but if you could provide us that list, and thank you very much. Yeah. If you, Ed, can you take the document, or Lynn? Is Lynn here? You have it already. Excellent. Excellent. Our next speaker is Summer Wilkins. Couldn't quite read it. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
What was the first name?
Summer.
Summer?
Yes.
My name is Summer Wilkes.
Wilkes, excuse me.
That's fine. My address is 119 North Lawrence Street. Most people know this property as the old Sheets Florist Building and the Charles Washington office. I purchased this property a year ago, and it's been very exciting to be an investor in downtown Charlestown. As I said, the property contains the old Charles Washington office, which I am in the process of restoring. People ask me what I'm going to do with his office, and I said, well, I'd like to restore it to the full glory of what the Charles Washington office was. This building is a priceless jewel. It's an irreplaceable treasure. I might currently own it, but I believe it belongs to the community. It doesn't belong to me. And so I hope one day that the community will enjoy it again as a tourist attraction and a historic site. I see the courthouse in the same way. This is a priceless jewel, irreplaceable treasure. It doesn't belong to anyone. Owner, it belongs to the community and to be enjoyed for generations. I also want to say that I support the visions of Charlestown Now and Strong Towns for the ongoing revitalization of downtown. And I'm one of the signers of the petition that Mrs. Gallagher just read. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And we have a lot of folks in the audience who don't typically come to our meetings and may not have seen a sign-up sheet. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity, if you wanted to come up and speak for 3 minutes. That's why we're here. We're here to hear from you. And if we don't have anybody else, then we'll break for a few minutes and then start our regular meeting.
Yeah, no.
Come on up, Councilman.
I'll be brief, which probably makes a lot of my colleagues on council laugh. I say that because I have a tendency to ask a lot of questions so that I can make the right decision. I'm not authorized to speak on behalf of the city, so I'm speaking on behalf of myself. The mayor spoke on behalf of the city, but what I would like to say is heard a lot of terms tonight: analysis, data, more information. And the one thing that I have agreed with the rest of my colleagues on is that the more information the county has, the better this process will go. And the way we get more information is through a partnership, and so that we can get into those buildings, work with our contractor, and to get pro formas made, and to get a marketing study done, and to get marketing material made to maximize the value of these buildings and to make everybody happy. So I won't speak about ideas, I won't speak about great plans. I'll speak about information. I spent 20 years working in financial analysis, and so the more you know, the better. So I implore you, please, work with us to get the information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, last chance before we close the community discussion. Thank you so much to everybody for coming. Really appreciate your participation. We heard some great ideas tonight, and there's a lot to act on. Mayor George, thank you so much for being here. We'll be following up with you shortly. And this was terrific. Welcome to your new building. Thank you, everybody. And we'll reconvene with our regular meeting shortly. Everybody, thank you. We're convening Jefferson County Commission evening meeting. It is Thursday, July 17th. And we're going to start with a moment of silence. And I ask folks in the audience to think of our friends and neighbors who are residents of Charles Towers who are experiencing hardship right now. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. Now we'll proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will also do the pledge of allegiance to the West Virginia flag that's located in your packet. I pledge allegiance to the flag of West Virginia, which serves as a constant reminder that mountaineers are always free, which stands as a symbol of her majestic mountains, fertile forests, rich veins of coal, and the pride of her people. Now for our consent agenda, approval of minutes, July 8th, 2025, special meeting minutes, and meeting minute updates, inclusion of additional attachments from June 5th, 2025. Any objection?
Nope.
Hearing none, those are approved. Approval of accounts payable. Any objection to July 10th and July 17th? Hearing none, those are approved. Approval of annual checks, July 10th and July 17th. Any objection? Without objection, those are approved. Approval of payroll, July 18th. Without objection, that is approved. Approval of requisitions, July 17th. Without objection, that is approved. Announcements. It's a little bit confusing in the agenda. We have 3 different sets of public comment. One is listed at the end of business. We're going to move that up to the beginning of the meeting like we typically do. But just to clarify, these are different topics. So we had public comment as part of our community discussion. That was on Washington Street properties. Now we have public comment on anything that's on the agenda. And we will start with that in just a second. Draft minutes are included in the meeting packet. Draft meeting minutes are often also available separately online. You can see both at our website. The URL is listed in the packet. Jefferson County Commission spending syncs with West Virginia checkbook, wvcheckbook.gov. It syncs daily. A complete list of publicly available information and tutorials on using the site are available online. I've reported that change to the agenda. Any other change to the agenda, County Administrator? Hearing none, we will proceed to public comment. First, we have Amanda Stroud. You know the drill? We just did it. We'll do another one.
And we've
All right.
tested the mic.
And the mic works. Excellent.
Thank you. I'd also, first off, just like to thank whoever was responsible for moving the public comment back to its normal position. Okay. I'd like to give a big round of applause to everyone involved in the cleanup after yesterday's storm, but a special shout out to everyone involved in setting up and maintaining the emergency shelter for displaced Charles Tower residents at the Ranson Civic Center. From the Homeland Security guys, Red Cross, the City of Ranson, especially the Parks and Rec staff, and WVU Medicine to Chick-fil-A, Independent Fire, Ashbury Methodist Church, Andy's Pizza, and Turner Brewery, and anyone who popped in to drop off water and snacks or just check up on things. Now back to my regularly scheduled public comment. The meeting and sessions information page on the county's website says, "The commission will provide an opportunity for public comment at the beginning of each regular meeting." And I continue to hope, I had to make revisions, hope it continues to stay at the beginning. Putting this at the end makes any comments regarding agenda items such as revisiting the home confinement program, going purple, etc., a moot point. Also, this undoubtedly deprives the commission of the opportunity to hear issues and concerns they are not currently aware of, or even kudos for that matter. A cynic would view this move as a way to cut the public out of the commission's decision-making. But maybe this move was just a misguided attempt to shorten meetings. However, this year, the average time spent on public comments is only approximately 22 minutes, a drop in the bucket of a 5 to 6 hour meeting. Better options to shorten meetings would include cutting down on the number of executive sessions, approval of accounts payable, manual checks, payroll, and especially approvals to hire. Assuming y'all trust the sheriff and the county supervisor and directors to run their departments, why do they have to take time out of their day or night to come before you? This is an inefficient use of everyone's time. Another suggestion would be to take a serious look at boards and commissions. Think everyone would agree way too much time and drama is being spent on this subject. Perhaps those entities with a director should be responsible for appointing their own board members, especially if there's already a commission liaison associated with said organization. My 2 cents worth anyway. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And our next speaker is Jacqueline Millar.
Let's do a little reflection, shall we? Members of this commission have suggested that the JCDA is being downsized to save money to the tune of $400,000, thereabouts, the authority's annual budget. It was also stated that this is the cost of an ambulance. At least this commission finally admitted that there is a need for EMS services in the underserved areas it created as it gets advice from spendthrifts. So enjoy your new kicks while our right to paid, equitable public safety response is shelved. In the same commentary, a commissioner also discussed the need to bring big businesses for a tax base, yet candidly admitted that he likes tax incentives such as TIFs and pilots for those same big businesses. Let me get this straight. This commission caused a massive capital debt during an operational deficit and now has to find a way to pay for it. Small businesses the JCDA brought in wasn't cutting the mustard. So this is what the commission sees as fiscally conservative, and some of you have a nerve to call me a rhino. Laughable. If this commission is going to be a big business tax charity, and while we operate in a deficit, how will you actually pay the bills and not dip into capital? Simple. Dip into capital long enough to quietly raise taxes through our property assessments. It concerns me that this commission reported that the assets of the former PSD, Jefferson County, belong to the JCC. This is a false statement. The proof is in the purchase agreement and sale, which does not contain the JCC signatory. Does this commission own the assets of the Harpers Ferry Boulevard PSD? While I'm on this topic, this commission intervened in a legal case due to the complaints, rightly, from American Water ratepayers. Yet you appoint to a utility PSD board that has higher sewer rates than that of American Water, without complaint. For those of you not up to speed on the territory dispute case, it looks like American Water proposed a pretty good deal to the developer to run a pipe to Cave Quarter area where it is in the vicinity and ironically an area where American Water just purchased 3 wells in 2023. Isn't that curious? So I guess the public is supposed to enjoy these new buildings, which will require you to tap into capital to pay for the bills for the next few years. While you call us lazy, increase our taxes, not answer FOIAs, break your own rules, erase historical records, reduce free speech, object to ordinances protecting children while you preach to your appointees about loyalty and fidelity to your positive image. Proof's in the pudding.
Mr. Tabb.
David Tabb, Jefferson County lifelong resident, with the following comments. There's no bulletin board outside the 393 North Lawrence Street facility posted in the agenda for this meeting. You're in violation of West Virginia Code 732. How did I know that? Because I took y'all to court on it. Uh-oh. I was here at 7 o'clock this morning, making sure. Posted it at the courthouse, posted it at the old county commission meeting. Not here. It's required everywhere. Uh-oh. You did it again. So, you're putting everything that you're doing tonight in jeopardy. You've gotten away with it before, so why don't you just go ahead and do it again? This is really what you guys are all about. Another point that I think is real important, that now that I have a few more people here, why didn't Mr. Tabb stand up and pledge to the flag of West Virginia? Because I had sanctions put on by the Jefferson County Commission, as if I was an attorney, and stopped me. Has it worked out yet? I think I'm still doing pretty good. I am not free, and you're the cause of it. Just remember that, the rest of the people that's in here, when you make a decision, like purchasing these buildings without us knowing about it. So are you going to put the whole agenda in jeopardy, or are you going to just go on like you normally do? Agenda 5, going purple. Maybe this current county commission needs to be the first ones to be checked out. You really ought to look at it. The agenda pack after agenda 8 have the wrong numbers coded. They don't match the agenda pack. You really ought to take a look at this stuff and proofread it a little bit more. You changed it 3 times. You guys are supposed to be doing better than that. No, y'all wanted to put our show on today and make it all happen. This meeting should have started at 6 o'clock. Why did you double dump on 2 important things? The Washington Street projects and a county commission meeting where you're spending millions of dollars. Please do better. I beg you. I shouldn't have to get up here and tell y'all what y'all are doing wrong, because you don't listen. So, y'all have a nice day, and take me off of any of the other stuff. I got to go home and take care of my wife who has gotten ill. Y'all have a nice day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilmember Elizabeth Ricketts. Thank you so much for being here, ma'am.
Commissioners, Elizabeth Ricketts of the City of Charlestown. First of all, I found it very misleading that you listed your public comment at the end of your 4-page agenda, especially since having the public comment at the end would have gone against your own posted policy for public comment, which is to hold it at the beginning. Obviously, you have the right to amend your agenda, and you did, and you moved public comment to the beginning, which again, I think is misleading to the public. I think more people would have presented public comment at this meeting had they not thought they had to be here at 4:55 to sign up early for public comment that may not have occurred until after 10 o'clock. Additionally, I do not see how you this evening can, in good consciousness, have an agenda item such as number 3 move forward. Mr. Majdi acts as one member of the Jefferson County Development Authority Board, comprised of 15 members per the 2012 bylaws. How can one member of a board present resolutions that represent an entire entity, an entity that had all board members removed just last week, without cause and without proper notice on your agenda? I was one of the members removed from the JCDA. I and many members feel that this was an unjust action. I feel the excuses given are only going to backfire on you because you keep changing your story. So I think you should just come out and say what it is you're trying to do, and I think, frankly, that these two resolutions in your packet tonight make that very clear to the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our next speaker is Dr. Christina Weimer.
Commissioners, thank you for having us again this evening. Thank you for having us this evening. I'd like to reiterate the sentiments of the other speakers who thanked you for moving public comment to the beginning of the meeting. I would also like to point out that the order of the agenda matters. This may have totally been on accident. And if that's the case, totally understand accidents happen. I will just say from my personal experience, I talked to quite a few members of the public before this evening who decided not to come this evening and give public comment and instead watch from home or not attend the meeting because they couldn't stay till the end. That's understandable. So it does have a chilling effect on people giving public comment. So we hope that's fixed. Also, we hope that transparency in the future about signing up for public comment. Thank you for having the public comment out to the beginning of the regular meeting so people could sign up for public comment. It just wasn't clear that that was going to happen. So people thought they had to sign up at like 4:59 to speak again later. So maybe some clarifications. Probably wasn't obvious to you that the members of the public needed to know that. In my previous comments, I just want to put some context on them because Commissioner Majdi mentioned after I left that we were supposed to be speaking about the George Street buildings. I was speaking about the George Street buildings. I think it's important for people to know what is happening. The only way for them to know what a board member from a board is going to talk about is if that board authorizes them to do so, or if the staff of that board. And so by attending those meetings, they can see the authorization, they know what's going to be spoken about, and they can give intelligent comment. It helps the public help you govern us. And finally, I'd like to speak on the JCDA. We are very concerned about what recently occurred with the JCDA. We believe that the agenda did not adequately tell the public what was that was going to happen. It seems like an Open Meetings Act violation. The changes in the bylaws that were made you do not seem to have the authority under 712(7)A. Only the JCDA has the ability to change its own bylaws, the authority to change its own bylaws. Again, what is the reason? We've sought out, we know you've done many interviews and we appreciate you sharing that information with the public. One of the reasons was given was that there's a new law, but that is inaccurate. There is not a new law. There is the same law, 712. It's been there for a long time, decades, and it's been changed many times. It's not a new law. It's just been amended as laws are, and that has happened many times over the decades, and never has the JCDA been all the members removed and reappointed. So the public really wants to understand why this is happening. We actually hope that you change your mind and reappoint the old members. And now, further concerning, it seems that the JCC is passing resolutions on behalf of the
Gentlelady's time has
JCDA.
expired, and our next speaker is William Kinley.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me come out here tonight. My hopes are up here to talk to you all about the probate system and how unjust and broken it is here in Jefferson County. In hopes that you revamp it, rethink it, figure it out somehow where it's actually not broken. I'm not going to mention any names this evening, but I will say that I am appalled by the way I've been treated by the members of the current probate system. I've been lied to, I've been stolen from, and at every turn, somebody's passing the buck or ignoring mine or my brother's pleas for justice. I had believed that in the United States, that being an American meant that there is justice. I haven't seen any of that in Jefferson County. The system is broken, borderline on criminal. Speaking of, the fiduciary system is so slanted and corrupt that we have requested several times to do away with the fiduciary officer regarding our case. While that person is appointed by the clerks, they cannot be removed by the clerks. That don't seem right to me. The clerks have been told to not respond to any of our emails anymore. Now, I haven't sent a whole lot of them, but my brother has. I went in there to the office myself and heard her tell me directly, we do not respond to any of your emails. The other clerk said that's not the case. So I'm being lied to. This is not how a justice system is supposed to work. I mean, every turn I'm told, get a lawyer. You know, and I can't afford a lawyer. Matter of fact, why should I pay for a lawyer when I'm already paying for a third of a lawyer that my brother's using against me? We've spoken with and informed so many people, including lawyers, judges, county clerks, fiduciary officers, and anybody else that would listen. But nobody will address the fact that me and my brother are being stolen from, lied to, and held in limbo. I feel that they should be held as accessories of theft in multiple entities, because they've been aware of the theft going on and ongoing. None have acted in good faith regarding this case. Only one person actually tried to help me, and they provided me advice to come see you. And I appreciate that from her. But if you are inclined to see any kind of justice done, please notify me. I'll be at your beck and call anytime, 24/7.
Sorry, your time has expired, but if you could provide that contact info. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Ross Morgan.
My name is Ross L. Morgan. First, I'd like to for y'all's undivided attention. Chief of the Jefferson County Fire Department. On April the 6th of 25, I sent a CAD support ticket to the Communications Center regarding some discrepancies of times with 2 different incidents. Then on April 25 of 2025, and not receiving any answer yet, I then resubmitted the same ticket. And the only response I got from the communications director was received, which was on April 28th. So on May the 11th of 25, I then emailed all 5 of you commissioners, the administrator, and the communications director. In that email, I explained to all of you my frustrations and the fact that it has been 25 business days since I submitted this CAD support ticket with no response. But what is more upsetting is the fact that in the same email to all of you, the last sentence I wrote read as follows: I would appreciate a response from each one of you to at least say that you received this email. But not one of you, not one commissioner, not one administrator had the common decency to acknowledge me. I cannot prove that you received an email, but I do find it very strange that all of you had the same email server or address as the communication directors, and he was the only one to respond the following day on May 12th. And his response to that email was, quote, we did the investigation. I have been crafting a response, but there have been many higher priority issues occurring at the ECC that require my attention. I did advise Chief Morgan that information. We will provide him a response. That was a bold-faced lie. Jeff Pazinski has not advised me of anything regarding this CAD ticket, nor has he had any correspondence with me by email, phone, text, or in person. Then the part where he states he was crafting a response. Why can't he just simply explain the truth and what went wrong? Now today, Thursday, July 17th, has been at least 70 business days and still no response. This is not the first time this type of incident has happened of the no response. On February 10th of 24, I submitted a CAD ticket. My response was received in March of 24, and the ticket said, ticket closed. The same thing happened again in July of 24. Same day, I got a response, and it said, ticket closed. There was no explanation, no nothing. Just ticket closed, and they were both from Jeff Pazinski. Now tonight, my first thought of what to say to all of you all was just forget about this whole thing and shelter where the sun don't shine. But I thought twice about it. I still want the CAD support ticket answered.
Your time is expired.
And I want it by the end of closed business on Monday, July 25.
Thank you so much. And also, I just know, I am not familiar with those emails. If we're having trouble with email, my phone number is 304-306-0997. And you can communicate with me that way if that helps. We're going to start with new business on our regular agenda. Our first agenda item is a public hearing, a zoning map amendment petition for Hoxton Center. And if we can start with the staff report, do we need a break?
I have to recuse myself.
Oh, recusal, okay. Commissioner Keys is recusing herself, and we'll begin with the staff report.
Hey, Eddie, do we have an extension cord here somewhere? Thank you.
Go ahead. All right, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here in regards to the Hoxton Center zoning map amendments. It was before your board, at which point you scheduled today's public hearing, as well as forwarded it to the Planning Commission for their review and recommendation on whether or not it is in conformance with the 2045 comprehensive plan. I did want to mention the fact that on one of the original drafts of the agenda, it was mistakenly labeled as a different zoning district than was actually being requested by the applicant. As you can see in the handouts before you, this is the application for this Hoxton Center rezoning. It is for general commercial. The parcel is south of Shepherdstown. It is on 1.07 acres. And I wanted to, and I'm on here today on behalf of the Planning Commission to communicate both their findings as well as three crucial parts that you can also find within your agenda packet in the staff memo. Principally, on our future land use guide, which is found in the comprehensive plan, you will see that the parcel is designated as office or commercial. You can find the description for that land use designation as well in your agenda packets. It is, and this is a little bit of a tricky point, so stick with me here for a second. It is located within the growth management boundary of Shepherdstown. However, the plan also speaks to the fact that the GMB, or growth management boundary, is not considered a preferred growth area. A preferred growth area is where we have predicted to see higher intensity developments, such as a general commercial zoning change, or zoning map change, I should say. And as a third point to this, the parcel does have access to the infrastructure. You can see both in your packet, it's access to roads, water, and sewer, all coming from the Shepherdstown area. So with these conclusions and facts in mind, I'd like to mention the fact that the Planning Commission found that this zoning map amendment was consistent with the 2045 comprehensive plan, and they voted unanimously on July 8th for that finding. As a final note, I wanted to mention that a zoning is not project specific. It carries with the land, of course, as you know, but the request here, I will let the applicant speak to, and I believe they are speaking after me, followed by the public hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions. I can also come back with any questions later.
Any preliminary questions from the commission? If not, we'll hear from applicant. Thank you. Come on down. Thank you.
Sorry about that. We don't have receptacles up here for our computers and our batteries are dying, so sorry about that.
We're ready when you are. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, commission members, staff, council. I'm here tonight representing the Hoxton Center LLC. My name is Paul Rocco. I'm a local land use consultant. To my left is Rob Hoxton with Hoxton Center LLC. And to my right is Clay Hoxton with Hoxton Center LLC. The Hoxtons have owned this property since 1990. And if you're familiar with it, leading into Shepherdstown, It is the property just outside Shepherdstown on Route 230. It has the turret on the end of it and has long been office building. Across the street, to get more perspective, is the entrance to the Morgan Academy. So to give you an idea of where you are in the county. The primary purpose of this rezoning is, since it has a long time existing commercial use, is to free up for possibly some expansion. And in these times, banks prefer that properties are zoned correctly. The primary reason for rezoning in terms of compatibility with the comprehensive plan is if whether or not it is consistent with the plan and on the future land use map for the zone that you're seeking. In this case, as your staff mentioned, Luke mentioned, the property is in the Shepherdstown urban growth boundary, which is called the growth management boundary. It's technically no different by state code as the Charlestown growth boundary, urban growth boundary, and the Ransom urban growth boundary. They just call theirs differently in Shepherdstown, but it is adopted by you with the recommendation of the municipality as an urban growth boundary section of the state code. In this case, the building was constructed back in the mid to late 1940s. It was originally constructed as a restaurant, lounge. A lot of my research has been anecdotal and looking in assessor records, but it was service-oriented for many years, being in that restaurant and service type of commercial for many years until it became a transformation into retail space and office space. The facility was renovated in 1988, right about the same time as zoning was adopted, and purchased, as I said, shortly thereafter by the Hoxtons, which are generational owners around the Shepherdstown area. I have to give you a little bit of a history lesson. I'll be brief since you've already been here quite some time. When zoning was originally adopted in Jefferson County in 1988, it was adopted as a non-traditional zoning ordinance. We didn't do the first step of a typical traditional zoning ordinance study when we were working on that zoning ordinance. A traditional zoning ordinance, you would do a survey of the county for all of the existing uses. And then you would fit those zones around those uses and have a lot more zones than you did when you did the original zoning ordinance in 1988. There was 3 zones. If you're familiar with the metropolitan area, there are many more than 3 zones in a traditional zoning ordinance governed community. Throughout the years, a couple zones were added, including during the last comprehensive plan and this comprehensive plan, but no one ever went back and did that survey to try to fit a lot of these long existing uses into a correct zone. So when that transition from non-traditional to traditional took place after the 2015 comprehensive plan, many of these properties probably should have been surveyed to look at to see if there should be zoning changes around these properties. This is one of those properties that I consider to have been mislabeled for many years once that traditional zoning classification happened after the 2015 comprehensive plan, since it was used quite some time as commercial and office space, and never anything but those commercial space. It is served by sewer and water. Sewer and water comes out past the area, and which is one of the main reasons in the comprehensive plan that you're to look at to determine if a property is right for rezoning. The primary purpose or primary justification is location on the future land use map. In this case, the future land use map shows it as commercial and office. And that's your latest one, 2025. 2015, it also listed it as commercial. So it's long been recognized as a future land use, as well as the fact that it long existed as a commercial use. As Luke stated, the Planning Commission recommended that it is certainly consistent with the comprehensive plan. The first thing you look at is the future land use map, but there are some other objectives and goals in the comprehensive plan that I need to mention. There's objective 2.1 and 12.1 in your comprehensive plan that heavily encourages the use and reuse of existing commercial structures and to allow these existing businesses to expand and flourish. Now, in order to meet those objectives in your comprehensive plan, it needs to be rezoned so that they can have an opportunity to expand and flourish. Objective 2.4 in your comprehensive plan encourages the expansion of commercial growth where sewer and water is located. Goal 13 states that you should develop an environment that promotes existing and new businesses the ability to expand. Objectives 13.3 states that you should provide incentives for existing commercial businesses to flourish and expand. Section 13.4 encourages the development and improvement of the infrastructure where existing commercials exist. One section of the zoning ordinance is almost in reverse of the idea of it consistent with the comprehensive plan to general commercial. If you look under section 5.12 of the zoning ordinance, it's the provisions for general commercial. It states in there that this zone is only really supposed to be used where the future land use map or guide in the most recently adopted comprehensive plan shows it as commercial or office. So not only does it meet the future land use guide, but it also meets at least those 6 goals and objectives that are found in the narrative of your comprehensive plan. The requirement in the ordinance asks for a conversation on change of neighborhood from when the original zoning ordinance was adopted. You'll find that in the packet that I submitted to you. It's hard because it asks for since the beginning of zoning, which is 1988. So you'll find that a lot of things in there in terms of change of neighborhood may not be recent, but again, your ordinance asks for changes since 1988. It also asks for changes in transportation characteristics or patterns. In this particular property, probably the biggest change in transportation characteristic that took place since the beginning of zoning would be the expansion of Route 9 and the 4-lane. And that may seem further away from this property, but in that case, it changed the dynamics of traffic coming between Charlestown and Shepherdstown. You went up Flowing Springs Road, 17 and 230. And now that the 4-lane was expanded to Martinsburg, a lot of that traffic that would be going to Shepherdstown decided to take the 4-lane to 480 and come in Shepherdstown that way. The other change in transportation characteristic is, of course, what's been termed as the bypass around Shepherdstown, but it's the Route 45 connector where Potomac Landscaping is and Mulch Company. That's all I have. Just a request that it be determined as consistent with the comprehensive plan, or agree that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, as the Planning Commission has made that recommendation to you to go from rural to general commercial for the 1.07 acre parcel. I'll ask if
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I don't have anything to add that hasn't already been said, so in the interest of brevity, I'll just be quiet. Thank you.
The same here. Really appreciate being here this evening. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks. And unless you have questions, we'll exit so you can take public comment.
Okay, questions from the commission for the applicant, or after hearing from the applicant, questions for our staff?
Well, I have a question. And please take this in the spirit that it's meant. Why in the heck are you here? Just to get a blessing that you're consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Well, no, you would be actually rezoning the property and taking.
Okay, so it's a rezoning it. Why didn't it go to the BZA?
The rezoning is vested in the county commission's jurisdiction.
Okay, so we actually have some power over zoning, and in, if I may say so, I don't have any problem with this request. I was just wondering how you got here, because I had all those years on the planning commission, and it seemed like anytime there was a zoning request, a rezoning, it went to the BZA, they threw it over the fence to us, and they said, you got to approve it, because it's already been approved by the BZA. So anyway, I'm glad you're here to explain that, because I know you're very knowledgeable, almost as knowledgeable as Steve. So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
That's great. And then procedurally, this has gone through the planning commission, and they have approved and recommended approval.
Correct.
Unanimously, which
At
is.
the last meeting, unanimously.
Excellent. Okay. Any further questions for the applicant? I don't have any. Any questions for our staff?
No.
Okay, I'd like to hear a motion to open up the public comment.
I move, y'all can stay right there. They'll speak right there. I'll move a motion to open public comment.
Second. Okay. Motion by Stolper, second by Mood. All those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. We now are in public comment. This is our third round of public comment, so a little bit confusing if you're looking at the agenda. This is public comment on the rezoning, okay? We have a couple people who have signed up to speak on this rezoning request. First, Mr. David Tabb. Is he still here?
I think he said he had.
Okay. Second is Eric Lewis. Mr. Lewis here?
I'll refer to the email that I sent.
Okay. The email said this was a really good idea, and thumbs up.
All right.
Brevity is the soul of wit.
How rare is that? Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I'll move a motion to close public comment.
Moved by Stolper, seconded by Mood. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. We're now out of public comment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Yes.
move a motion. It sounds like this property has been on our comprehensive plan, future land use map for commercial for 20 plus years, 30 years maybe. I'd like to go ahead and move a motion to find that it is consistent with the 2045 comprehensive plan and approve the zoning request as submitted.
Second.
Moved by Stolper, seconded by Mood. Discussion. Hearing none. Let's vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice
Appreciate the
presentation.
new digs. They're really nice.
All right, thanks. Oops.
Good presentation.
Yeah, it was terrific. Thank you. And thank you to staff for the report. And now that you're back, thank you to the Planning Commission for prepping us. Terrific. Next on our agenda, Mr. Roger Goodwin, Director of Engineering, Planning, and Zoning.
Evening, Commission. Hopefully this will be quick and painless.
Okay.
I'm here for 2 bond releases. And let's see. First one is, we're seeking a complete release of $368,109 from the construction bond for Bel Air Homes LLC. Bel Air Phase 1, file number 02-36. This project is located at the intersection of Old Country Club Road and Bel Air Manor Drive in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, 25414. This project appears to be 100% complete.
100% complete. Is there a motion from the commission?
So moved.
Move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hapestad. Discussion on approval of this 100% complete bond release. Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Next.
We are seeking a complete release of $905,157 from the construction bond for Bel Air Homes LLC, Bel Air Phase 4A, file number 19-16-SD. This project is located at the intersection of Old Country Club Road and Bel Air Manor Drive in Harpersferry, West Virginia, 25414. The project appears to be 100% complete.
Okay, also 100% complete. Is there a motion to approve the bond release? So moved. Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Ruse, seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Approved.
Great, thank you. May I approach to have these signed?
Yes. Shall we start with the rezoning request for Cochran Properties presentation, or are you doing that as well? No, that's Luke. Luke, why don't you get started while I sign these?
Not a problem. So as we just finished or approved that last rezoning, this is now the first step in another rezoning. There's a request before you now for the 4 Cs of West Virginia LLC Cochran zoning map amendment. At this point, this is not a public hearing. The purpose of this agenda item now is to schedule a public hearing to come before you following, and the extension of this is, it also needs to be forwarded to the Planning Commission for them to review and determine if it is within conformance of the 2045 comprehensive plan. So it is just now to schedule that public hearing. The next Planning Commission meeting, and it will be on the Planning Commission agenda for August 12th. So it does, by state code, need to be seen, or this public hearing before the county commission needs to be within the next 60 days. So that leaves 2 dates, August 21st or September 4th.
Okay, we're on page 71. I'm sorry, Commissioner Stopper,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, please.
Does the applicant have the preference for the 21st or the 4th?
I believe the applicant has requested August 21st. That meets all notice requirements. It will be slightly easier on staff for September 4th, but frankly, either will work.
Okay, all right. Time is money, right? So I'll move a motion to have the public hearing on the county commission's agenda on August 21st, a time to be determined by our staff.
So motion from Commissioner Stolper.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. Discussion. Mr. Cochran, do we need to move to refer the application to the Planning Commission for consistency with the comprehensive plan? I was asking, do we need to also move to refer the application to the Planning Commission for consistency with the comprehensive plan? Or is
Yes,
the motion?
the planning commission has to make that determination and then send it back to you. This is the beginning of the process that we just went through, the ending of with the previous applicant.
Okay, is Mr. Stolper's, is Commissioner Stolper's motion sufficient, or do we need to amend it?
I think that you should probably say something about the comprehensive plan review by the planning commission for purposes of finding sufficiency with the comprehensive.
All right, I will reword my, thank you, sir. I will reword my motion to have the public hearing at the county commission on August 21st at a time to be determined by our staff, and to send this application to the planning commission to determine, to be determined if it is in conformance with the comprehensive plan.
Second.
There we go.
Is that sufficient? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion on this two-part motion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. Agenda
And,
item number 3.
Commissioner Maggi,
Yes.
I don't know if I should say anything here, but I just want to make it clear that I have no connection with this group or
Oh, Cochran?
anything like
Yeah,
that.
got it.
Just so the public doesn't become confused about it.
No, I appreciate that. We
You
should,
don't
probably should
run
have asked.
your day business and you run a development business?
That's right.
Okay.
Jokes, joking around. Okay. Agenda item number 3, Jefferson County Development Authority, next steps, and, no, just next steps. 3.1, we have a couple resolutions. One, vision for Jefferson County Development Authority, pretty non-controversial stuff. It's stuff we've been talking about, but just putting it out there for public consumption and also for discussion here today. And then the second is, actually the second one, you have seen this before. We brought this before the county commission a couple months ago, And then the next day, after the agenda came out, a bill was introduced in the legislature, and there was confusion. It seemed, the timing was such that it seemed as if the resolution was timed to endorse a bill, but that was just happenstance. So we're bringing it back in a different context to make clear this is just about partnership with the state on development. The first resolution to set a vision for the Jefferson County Development Authority. Two ideas here. One, we want large commercial development, especially tourism, top priority being a sports complex. The second idea is we want to work with the state. So we have two different resolutions. I'll read off the first one, then we'll open up for discussion. Whereas the Jefferson County Development Authority's mission is to attract, retain, and grow businesses in Jefferson County. And whereas Jefferson County is growing and will continue to grow. Without intentional and focused recruitment of new businesses, growth in Jefferson County will be imbalanced toward residential. Jefferson County needs balanced growth so that we are a community where people want to live, work, and play. We do not want to be a bedroom community where people merely reside while commuting elsewhere for work and spending their hard-earned dollars outside the county. I've heard you talk about that a lot, Commissioner Mood. Whereas Jefferson County leads West Virginia in tourism, bringing $876 million in tourism-related spending for our economy. Tourism-related industries are a natural strength for business development and a cornerstone for a diversified commercial tax base. And whereas the Jefferson County Commission is reconstituting the board of the Jefferson County Development Authority under the new state law that took effect July 11th, 2025, therefore be it resolved by the Jefferson County Commission that, 1, Jefferson County hereby expresses its support for recruiting large commercial enterprises to the county to achieve balanced growth and to diversify our tax base. 2, tourism is our strength and should be the focus of business recruitment efforts. In particular, the sports complex and convention center should be the top priority for the JCDA. Agritourism should be a second priority, collaborating with the Agritourism Task Force. 3, tax increment financing, also known as TIF, and payment in lieu of taxes, also known as pilot agreements, are powerful economic development tools for attracting investment and new businesses in Jefferson County and should be applied by the Jefferson County Development Authority. And finally, this is designed to just bring a little bit of focus. Jefferson County Development Authority should focus on its mission to attract, retain, and grow businesses in Jefferson County. Development authorities are limited in scope. They do not engage in planning, zoning, natural resource protection, public health, historic preservation, or delivery of public utilities. Jefferson County and the state of West Virginia have other agencies that govern these and other essential activities. Jefferson County Development Authority should liaise with those agencies as needed while focusing on its mission to attract, retain, and grow a diversified commercial tax base for Jefferson County. The idea there is when you're bringing in development, there's all these questions that come up. What about water? What about historic preservation? What about public health? What about planning? What about zoning? Should we do this? Should we do that? The JCDA is about bringing in new businesses. That's what the focus is, and that's what that paragraph is about. Let's open it up for discussion. Thoughts, comments?
Now, I'll just add that in this resolution, it talks about balance, and we certainly do need a balance here in Jefferson County. Wherever you drive, you see rooftops. With these rooftops, they require a lot of services. To my left is our sheriff. He's getting more calls a day and every week and every month. And the rooftops do not pay for the services that it provides. We need more businesses to locate here. That they are our revenue generators for the services that we provide to the residents. I love the fact that the balance is mentioned in this resolution because we definitely need a more balanced approach. We have 57% of our residents that commute outside the county for work. It'd be great if we could reduce that, even if we got down in the 40 range somewhere. That would be a great thing for Jefferson County. You wouldn't have as many people on the roads. You wouldn't have the congestion on the 340 bridge and Harpers Ferry. And you would have more families that would want to probably volunteer for your afternoon activities with their children, being, a coach, or they'll have time. They're not going to be in traffic for 2 hours every evening. They're here, they get off work at 5, they're home at 5:15. So, love the resolution. Thank you for bringing it forward.
I do as well. The resolution is talking about things we have all talked about, the growth that we need in this county. We've got to bring business to this county to help build a tax base. Pilots and TIFs, they're just one part of a tool. That's not a complete tax break. But that is some incentives to bring business here. And I think this is heading in the right direction.
And from a planning perspective, we have a lot of thousands of acres in our county that have the entitlements for either high-density residential and RG, RLIC, general commercial, other zones. They can go in two directions. They are entitled to go in a commercial direction to create business, which gives a higher tax rate to our county and gives services, healthcare, retail, things that we need in our county, or we can have more homes. So if we prioritize a commercial growth in this county, we can balance out the top-heavy residential sector that we have currently.
Could you explain that part again about residences coming because of planning? About how things have already been zoned for residential and recruit businesses?
Yeah, so
It sounds to me as if there's almost, if I can use the word liberally, it defaults to residential.
it is. So part of JCDA's mission is to try to bring businesses here. And we have properties that are zoned that could go in that direction, but they're defaulting to residential because we're not meeting, we have the ability to meet more businesses at the door, and we need to prioritize that because we have currently at our door residential developers, and we need to diversify that out.
Yeah, we can't force anybody to do anything, but if we can recruit businesses who can then talk to landowners who want to sell, they already have decided they want to sell their land. If they want to sell it, and we can recruit a business to talk to them rather than going to residential. Right. In the long run, that's better for the county because it gives us the balanced growth. It balances out the tax base. It helps with quality of life. I got young kids. It gives, hopefully, we'll have some fun things for kids to do around here. That'd be nice.
And some of the things we need to do are recruit businesses that are 25 or more employees. Mom and pops are great. I own 2 of them. Yeah, we employ 7 people between the 2. That's great. What we need to do is focus on larger business so that we can try to keep residents here in this county working. That helps improve their quality of life, and I think it makes things better for them as a whole in this county.
I agree with
I'd like to
Commissioner.
weigh in on this, and I think generally this is a good vision. But my question is, when you get down and you start talking about TIFs and pilots, I want to make it clear, or can you make it clear, that we're not saying anybody that applies for a TIF or a pilot is going to get it? I want them weighed on the individual application and not a blanket.
Well, this is not a blanket TIF or pilot.
Okay.
If it's a TIF or pilot, it has to come before this body.
Okay, I want to make sure
Yes.
to people, because I've heard some chatter about this.
Yeah.
And I was kind of surprised. I didn't think that's what it said. I just want to make sure publicly that we're not giving any blanket approvals to TIFs or pilot. They would come before us individually and be voted on based on their merits.
No, I think it's a really important clarification. We have part 3 here. I'm going to read it off, and I'm going to suggest an edit. Tax increment financing and payment in lieu of taxes pilot agreements are powerful economic tools for attracting investment in your business in Jefferson County and should be applied as appropriate.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay.
That'd be good.
Does that work? All right. As amended, is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Moon, seconded by Commissioner Stolper. With that amendment on part 3, thank you, Commissioner Heffestay, adding the phrase "as appropriate." Any further discussion on the first amendment, on the first resolution?
Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. We have a second one. Should I read this one off? We already read through it a couple months ago, but I can read it again. What do you think? I'm not gonna read it, well, I'll read it off, fine.
Read it, you
Yeah,
read so
to esta-
nicely.
no, thank you. To establish a Jefferson County First Economic Development Partnership with Governor Morrissey and the state of West Virginia. Whereas on February 12th, 2025, Governor Patrick Morrissey delivered the State of the State address to a joint session of the West Virginia Legislature. And whereas in the State of the State address, Governor Morrissey identified economic development priorities for the state of West Virginia. And whereas Jefferson County is a rapidly growing county situated in close proximity to both Virginia and Maryland, as well as the District of Columbia. And whereas Jefferson County is acutely aware of the need for competitiveness with other governments and out-of-state markets due to its close proximity to other states. And whereas Jefferson County leads West Virginia in tourism, bringing $876 million in tourism-related spending for our economy. And whereas the Jefferson County Commission has resolved to establish a Jefferson County First Economic Development Strategy, therefore be it resolved by the Jefferson County Commission that 1, Jefferson County hereby expresses its support for the economic development priorities initiatives of Governor Morrissey and the state of West Virginia. And 2, Jefferson County expresses its desire and intent to enter a collaborative partnership with Governor Morrissey's administration, including the West Virginia Economic Development Authority, to advance the shared economic development goals of Jefferson County and the state of West Virginia. And 3, the state of West Virginia leads many interstate economic development initiatives and negotiates agreements on behalf of our citizens. And 4, the partnership between Jefferson County and the state of West Virginia should prioritize the economic development of Jefferson County first, including benefits to county residents and businesses. Thoughts?
Very well written. I'll move a motion to approve.
It's a motion by Commissioner Stolper. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Mood. Discussion.
Have we got any feedback from the governor's office on this?
On this specific resolution?
Yeah.
No, we have not. I hope this will be an entree into further discussions with the State Economic Development Office.
Okay, this is a friendly opening shot.
Exactly.
Okay, I want to make that clear, and that the governor has not implicitly agreed to this yet.
Right.
This sounds like something the governor would definitely be in for, but I just wanted to make sure that our public knows that the governor has not already agreed to this.
Another important clarification. Thank you,
Yes,
Commissioner. I have to say, we don't want to speak on behalf of the
Well,
governor's office.
like I say,
Right.
I run into the governor frequently, and
Uh-huh.
he doesn't hold back on telling me where he thinks the county commission is off.
Okay.
So I think clarification is good.
Good.
Because I want to keep the governor happy.
Yes.
And so, okay, thank you for that.
Yes, and they have immense resources there. We have the
They do.
JCDA, and it's a great organization that we have here, but the state one it's even bigger. And if we can leverage their resources, their connections to further development in accord with what we just passed, our previous resolution, that helps us out. And by the way, I'll just note, for those who don't know, Governor Morrissey is from Harpers Ferry. So I'd like to think he's gonna favor some of these projects and help us out a little bit.
I have a friendly amendment.
Yes.
For number 4, it reads, "The partnership between Jefferson County and the state of West Virginia should prioritize the economic development of Jefferson County first, including benefits to county residents and businesses." I would like to change including to primarily, or something along that line.
Any objection from the
I don't have any objections, so I'm fine.
mover and the seconder? Both agree to that, so it's going to be changed from including to primarily.
I will agree to that amendment and move the motion with the amendment.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous, thank you. Excellent edits. Moving on, we have Sheriff Hanson. Good evening, thank you for being here. We're on page 88.
First of all, it's time to renew the governor's highway safety grant for this year.
Sheriff, there you go.
It's time to renew the Governor's Highway Safety Grant for this year. This is an overtime reimbursement grant for traffic patrols where we act as the fiduciary for half of the region, and the state reimburses us for those payments. This year, we are anticipating dedicating $309,600 for us for those reimbursements. We're seeking authorization to submit application and for the President to sign the associated documents.
Chair would like to hear such a motion.
I move to approve the application for the Governor's Highway Safety Grant.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, moved by Commissioner Soper, seconded by Commissioner Root. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, Sheriff. And terrific. You all signed that? Okay. Okay. Excellent, thanks.
I'd like to skip ahead to revisiting the home confinement issue. As you're aware, this is a county commission program that's been designated to the sheriff's office to oversee, which offers an alternative to being put in jail. Since this issue was first brought, we are absorbing Earl Gill's salary in our budget and paying half of CAT out of the bailiffs, with the other half out of our part-time employee line. After getting called out 5 times and revoking 4 individuals over the July 4th weekend, they are still monitoring 50 people 24/7. The courts are sometimes sentencing people directly to home confinement without notice, but typically there needs to be background conducted, home checks, and suitability reports completed all prior to being placed on home confinement. Then they need to do a home visit to continue effectively monitoring these inmates, which is what they are. They have to process invoices, respond to messages for requests to leave outside of the dedicated times, and monitor the reports from each device to ensure no one is in violation. Additionally, they are performing between 100 and 150 DNA tests annually and 200 drug tests. They are completing all of this to their best ability with 1.5 people, which is nowhere near the approximate ratio. Vacations and illness greatly impact services being provided and the part-time employees' ability to work the entire year. Due to the amount of individuals in home confinement and levels of call-outs that have been happening on nights and weekends, Kathleen O'Connor, which I called Kat, will be out of hours and unable to work in November and December, leaving one person to carry the load alone. We are looking to find an immediate relief, making Kathleen O'Connor full-time at her current bailiff's rate of $19.50, and Earl Gill is technically the senior supervisor, and we would like to increase his hourly rate to $21 an hour. At this time, Chief Jones, my chief bailiff, still need Kat to work as a bailiff because he's short manpower. But we could absorb the additional costs of salaries for now through reimbursements from the home confinement account that has amassed a balance of approximately $41,000 since we've stopped taking their full salaries from that account. We need to get these employees some sort of assistance until we can all sit down at a table and figure out what is the answer and how to fund it. We believe that showing them that they are valued and making Kat a full-time employee will help. Turning to the handouts I handed all of you. Based upon the current costs of numbers of inmates and proposed salaries, the annual cost would be $151,511.30, meaning the daily rate of $8.03. The current jail rate is $45.97, and I believe it's about to go up to $68. Meaning that if this program does not exist, these individuals will be sent to jail, and the annual jail bill will increase by $838,000. actually almost $839,000. The program affords the county and therefore the citizens of Jefferson a savings of $687,441.20. Therefore, I'm requesting that we form a committee to take a harder look at home confinement program and its funding. But in the meantime, I'm requesting immediate relief by honoring the request to make Kathleen O'Connor a full-time 80-hour employee at $19.50 an hour and increase Earl Gill's salary to $21 an hour.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Sheriff. Generally speaking, our approach is that we give deference to all elected officials and on their hiring and how they run their departments, and we just ask that everything fits within the agenda, within the budget. So I just received this a couple of minutes ago. So, Mr. Bound, did you have a chance to look at this in advance of the meeting, and do you have any comments on whether or not it's within budget?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Yeah, I did look at end-of-year balances in the bailiffs full-time. There's plenty to cover those two, that increase and hiring cat full-time. And also in the circuit court bailiffs, so they are under your, under your vision, so.
Yes.
Yeah, the funds are there if you need them.
Okay.
To advise the commission, the funds are there.
So this is within budget?
It is.
Okay, great. Questions from the commission?
No, I don't have any questions. You answered my question.
Yeah, the increase in total is like $27,227.
Okay.
Increasing someone twice and then adding another $3.34 per hour.
Yeah, that's fine. And to add on to Commissioner Machi's comment, we set the budget for our electeds in the winter time. The budget starts July 1st. We basically give the departments or the electeds called a box of money. You can move it around however you want to.
I understand, and what I'm really reflecting is that this is your program, not mine. I'm just overseeing it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for doing that.
You're doing a good job.
Yeah, this is a terrific program. When folks are enrolled in this program, they can see their families.
Sorry, sir?
They can see their families, they can maintain a job, they can be part of society, and they don't have to be in jail. And in most cases, so long as the judge thinks that's the right thing to do, I think that's a good thing.
They don't need to be in the Martinsburg Hilton. Lastly, I'm requesting an executive session to discuss a legal issue regarding a former employee.
Before we do that, is there a motion to approve the proposed?
I so move.
You beat you. Commissioner Heffestay moves to approve, seconded by Commissioner Moon. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Next, Sheriff. You were gonna talk about proposed settlement?
No.
Closed session?
One of the nice things is now we leave and you guys get to stay.
Okay, where are we going?
All right, folks, you get to stay in the room, you don't have to go to the hallway.
We need a motion.
Yeah, all right, go ahead.
I'm moving to talk about
Personnel matter?
Hold on, we're back recording.
Commissioner Maji,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We have a couple of other items that require executive session. Do you want to do them all at the same time?
We can?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, fine by me. Any objection
Are you
from the
okay,
commission?
are you okay staying?
I guess I am.
We can do his first, but I'm just saying.
So when I make the motion to go into executive session, I'm gonna hit them for all.
That's what I was
Yeah.
Okay.
saying.
Yeah, okay. But that's what
So
you're
it
saying.
would
Sheriff's not even bigger now.
And the sheriff gets to go first.
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
So 4.2 for the sheriff, which ones do you have, counsel?
7.1, 7.2, and 7.3, I guess all three of them.
All right.
And 8.2.
8.2? All right, I move that we go into executive session to receive legal advice and also to talk about contractual matters. Under the agenda items are 4.2, 7.1, 7.2, excuse me, 4.2, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 8.2.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stalfer, seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. We're going to executive session.
Don't trip over a board. You're being creative.
Reconvening, Commissioner Appice,
I'd like to make a motion that we come out of executive session.
your second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Mood. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. We are back in regular session. Do you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move a motion that we are in favor of the Purdue bankruptcy settlement plan.
It's motion by Commissioner Stoliper.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Keys. Any, was that appropriately phrased, Mr. Cochran? I'm seeing a yes. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. We shall move on with our agenda. We're now on item 5.
Jackie has a question.
It was Purdue, it's a pharmacy issue, pharmacy settlement stuff.
The opioid.
Opioid stuff. Yeah, it's under,
We will have our.
it's under 7.1, man.
We will have our staff make sure that the motion that was approved is spelled out and communicated to the county clerk. Thank you. Our next agenda item is Resolution West Virginia Goes Purple. Commissioner Mood.
Yeah, so September is National Recovery Month. I'd like to look at doing a resolution for Jefferson County Goes Purple. Whereas National Recovery Month is observed every September to promote awareness of substance use disorder, encourage treatment and recovery, and celebrate resilience of individuals and families affected by addiction. And whereas Jefferson County remains committed to supporting community members struggling with substance use through effective, accessible services, evidence-based programs, and whereas the county recognizes the longstanding importance of day report centers in offering non-incarceration alternatives, supporting individuals in recovery, and promoting accountability through supervised treatment and case management. And whereas following the closure of the nonprofit provider, the Jefferson County Commission is moving forward with establishing a county-operated day report program to ensure uninterrupted service to justice-involved individuals struggling with substance use. And whereas the commission dedication reflects, getting tongue-tied there, I believe every resident facing addiction deserves the opportunity to recover, rebuild, and contribute positively towards our community. Whereas this effort builds on county's broader commitment to justice reform, public health, and compassionate local-driven solutions, and strengthen individuals and families. Now, therefore, we, the Jefferson County Commission, do hereby designate September 25 as Jefferson County Goes Purple Month. We call on residents, business owners, organizations to join us in supporting these efforts and helping in the recovery thrive.
Very glad you brought this up. This is an issue that is incredibly important to our county and really to our state and our nation. Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this to us. Do you want to call on folks to make a presentation, or do you want to just vote?
Still, I'm more than happy to call and make a presentation.
Want to come up?
We'd love
You're
to hear from you.
Yeah,
We
love
have
to hear
a
from you.
witness table here. The microphone is on at that center chair. And if you could tell us a little bit more about this, because this is very important to our community, and we're so grateful for your time.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tara Mason, and I am the founder and executive director for the Hope Dealer Project, which was established in 2015 with a mission to offer hope, resources, and recovery support to individuals and families impacted by substance use disorder. In 2023, we launched a statewide movement with the goal of reaching all 55 counties during National Recovery Month. West Virginia has made history by becoming the first state in the nation to go purple during National Recovery Month. This campaign is more than a color, it's a commitment. When the county goes purple, it means that the community is taking a visible stand to support of prevention, recovery, and awareness efforts surrounding addiction and mental health. Our mission is simple, yet powerful, to shine a light on recovery, end stigma, and ensure that families know that they are not alone. We're not asking for funds, we're simply here asking for support and partnership. When your county participates, it says loud and clear, recovery matters here, we care, and we see you. We invite you to join us by issuing this proclamation recognizing September as National Recovery Month and participating in the West Virginia Goes Purple initiative. In closing, I want to leave you with this. Jefferson County, we see you. Thank you for turning on the purple light. Together, we will show the nation what it means to be Mountaineer strong. And soon, we're going to change the narrative. No longer will West Virginia be known as the state with the highest overdose rate. We will be known as the state that has led the way to recovery. Thank you.
Very well said. That was beautiful. Thank you. Very inspiring.
So I'm happy to make the motion for Jefferson County Goes Purple for the month of September.
I'll second.
Moved by Commissioner Mood and seconded by Commissioner Keys.
And a lot of people don't really understand those with addiction. I lost one of my foster kids, one of my employees. Didn't really understand a lot of the recovery. One of my customers works with people in recovery. I don't usually talk things like that with customers or politics, and him and I had very long discussion about it, and it really gives you a different understanding when you see the direction and the help that they're trying to give people.
Exactly.
I agree.
I'm almost 34, and when I was in high school, was in the mid to late 2000s, and that's when the opioid epidemic really started to spiral. And I have 3 really good friends that passed away from opioids, so I wish I knew. So
I'm sorry.
no, it's just it is a thing.
Yeah, I lost a distant relative.
Yeah.
And it's gut-wrenching to lose anybody when it could have been prevented. So I would like to make a comment about this resolution, this excellent resolution, that the signature boxes be expanded to include all of the county commissioners.
That's fair enough.
Right, yeah. Terrific idea. Without objection, we'll make that edit. And is that something that we could do? We may not be able to do that tonight, but if that's...
Is there any chance that Lynn had a copy available that we could sign with all the signature boxes?
Well, we'll expand it and get it done, and, and Eddie will advise on how to practically get it.
If you could at least sign, or if we could get a picture with Tara and her crew, and you, if you decide to pass this resolution, sounds like you might, just to move forward on that, and then we'll get the actual signatures and get that back to Tara and recorded.
Does that work for y'all? Does that sound right? Yep. Okay, great. There's a motion, there's a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of the resolution indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you so much for being here. And if you would join us for a photo to commemorate the passing of this resolution, we appreciate it.
Jack talked to me about it, and I said, could you just do one also with everybody's name on it? It's right here. So we'll have you all come on over individually. I'm stealing your pen. Commissioner Bashki. We'll have you first to hold it, and I think they'll be able to see the signature then. Hey, Jackie, can we grab you for your signature?
I love it when we can do it. We don't have to follow up.
Ah, yeah, I was like, why are you telling me to not drink something? For the photo. I get it.
In the future, bring cocktail glasses. This is historic. We survived the first time.
Ain't over yet.
Is this yours or mine?
That's fine.
Or mine one too?
Thank you. We never gavelled out, so we can just keep on moving. Next on our agenda, we have agenda item number 6, Jessica James, Chief Human Resources Officer, scheduled for 8:35, only off by a couple hours. Is Jessica available now, or? Terrific.
You get me.
Lynn, we might be able to save everybody some time. It is late in the evening. Can I just ask, are these budget neutral? Are these within budget? They are? If the commission's okay with it, we're on page 92. The chair would love to hear a motion to approve these hires as presented.
So moved.
Moved
Second.
by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. Do we want to discuss these? We've never voted no on a hire.
No, sounds good.
They've gone through our wonderful
No
HR
discussion?
process, I'm sure, and
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
All right. That brings us to agenda item number 7, David Bound, Chief Financial Officer. That's on page 94.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I just have another budget neutral item to present. present. It is request to adjust the various departments' fiscal year 25 budget accounts as presented with fiscal year 25-13 internal budget revision. Amounts are 1-for-1, so it's budget neutral.
So
What
moved.
is?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stolper, seconded by Commissioner Keys. Is there any discussion? Internal budget transfers, we're balancing the books, end of the year, nothing substantial. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Next on our agenda, Mr. Cochran, it's on page 100. Do we have any remaining?
We got ambulance.
We do not.
Oh,
I'm
I
sorry.
do have some.
6.2.
Yes,
Sorry.
ambulance fees exonerations.
So I'll move to approve it.
Motion by Commissioner Stolper,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Moon. Any discussion on exonerations for ambulance fee bill adjustments?
David, shake his head yes.
There's some discussions. There's some large amounts. What was told was the Realtor was advised that they did not owe, and that one went unbilled. So on the go forward, I'll request that JCESA note that when they do have an exoneration, that they're billing the current year customer at whoever owns that property at July 1st of the year. Because that's not noted on here, and that's one thing that I questioned. So the concern was there's a lot of money that's available to be put out, the bills to be put out by the end of this year. So this didn't get rebilled, but I'll have that department bill the current customer. It's not vacant land. There are some vacant lands that got exonerated or double billing, things of that nature. But there was some money left on the table. I want to make sure we get that.
Do you have questions from the commission? No. There are no questions. There's a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Next on the agenda, Mr. Cochran, do you have any more business? No? Ms. Benitez?
So the only thing left really is this building, the update to this building. You are now officially in this building. You have an order drafted at the last meeting, putting us here as this is a courthouse annex, your first meeting in here, and in order to get here over the last couple of weeks, since Saturday, we got internet on Saturday, so we did internet, Wi-Fi, routers, switchers, firewalls. We had IT in here to run all of the IT things partway into the building. We haven't gotten very far. The AV to have, none of these TVs worked, just to let you know. The projector did not work, no microphone worked on Saturday. And so in that amount of time, until 3 o'clock today, all of that happened. No tables were in here. No table was on the stage. That all happened in the last couple of days. Still, there's more AV work to be done because our next exciting thing is ribbon cutting on the 26th.
Terrific.
So not this Saturday, but next Saturday. That's where you'll be able to go beyond the ropes that have prevented everyone today. Everyone was very excited to go into the building, but they will actually be able to explore the entire building here and the entire building next door, which is the future of the courts. So that starts at 2 o'clock with the outside vendor fair. There are a variety of vendors, and mobile rec is outside, so please bring all of the family to enjoy the outside. There'll be official ribbon cutting. We're very excited that Captain Jack will be christening the building in true West Virginia style with a bottle of moonshine. And then there will be a scavenger hunt through each of the buildings where you will hopefully meet many of the elected and staff, so you can find out where they will be and speak to them about their vision for their office spaces. And then don't let the kids know, but the end of the scavenger hunt is this room. And it is for a family movie night for, and I always say this wrong, Moana 2. Moana 2.
Yeah.
And that movie is put on by Parks and Rec in this room. So now you see these tables, now you see these chairs. They're all going to be pushed back. It's going to be picnic style popcorn, and you can bring in your food from your outside, from the food truck vendors outside. And we really want people to enjoy the space. So that starts not this Saturday, but next Saturday at 2 o'clock. And bring the family, bring your friends.
Well, Eddie, I would like to thank you, our staff, and our vendors for making this happen. You all have been in here. The entire process has been incredible. And in the past week or so, just getting everything ready. It's amazing.
Lynn, you too back there. You're amazing.
And Laura Kuhn, who will be listening at some point, let's give her a special thank you. Well said, Commissioner Kuhn, Commissioner Keys. I echo that.
Yeah, thank you
Our
all very much.
professional staff is just absolutely amazing. Kudos.
Yeah, this is a big push, and I know we're trying to get it closed, now trying to get the building open to the public is a big push. So I know our staff was stressed out on making this happen, and I hope that you know that we really love you and respect you and all your hard work that you have gone into this building and making this happen. So take the rest of the week off.
Any further business, Eddie?
For tomorrow.
Oh, I was after 5.
After 5 tomorrow.
Nothing more from the county administrator. We have reached the end of our agenda.
Oh, darn.
With no further business, we are adjourned.